Helen, we're still waiting for a few more trustees, aren't we?
We are, but we do have a quorum, so we could start if you'd like.
Okay, we'll do that. I'd like to welcome everybody to today's Board of Trustees for the University of Maine System meeting. And I've got a couple of things I need to read in regards to language for participating via technology, which I'll do now. Governor Mills issued a special directive allowing the University of Maine System Board of Trustees to meet via technology due to the COVID-19 pandemic, as long as a roll call votes were taken for each action item. The trustees participating by the technology will be counted towards a quorum. To confirm trustees' attendance and to ensure the trustees are able to clearly hear and understand the proceedings and each other, the clerk will do a roll call for the members of the Board of Trustees. And Helen, why don't we start that process? We may have a few more join us.
Certainly. Trustee Bartholomew. Trustee Kane.
Here.
Trustee Doak.
Here.
Trustee Dobson.
Here.
Trustee Donnelly. Trustee Ames. Trustee Irwin.
Here.
Trustee Gardner.
Here.
Trustee Cates.
Here.
Trustee Martin.
Here.
Trustee McMahon.
Here.
Trustee Mishu.
Here.
Trustee Riley.
Here.
Trustee Rotundo.
Here.
We're all set, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ellen. One of the other things to mention is that the meeting is being streamed live on YouTube. And if you're not speaking, please try to mute your mic. It helps a lot. And remember to unmute it when you do speak. So thank you very much. The first agenda item that we have for today will be the citizens' comment. And we do have, I think, 10 people that have called in. What I will do is in a minute here is read off the name of each person and ask them to speak. They'll have 3 minutes in which to do that. And just as a reminder, personal decisions, collective bargaining issues, grievances and litigation, and other areas excludable from public discussion under the Maine Freedom of Access laws shall not be constituted appropriate matters for citizens' comment. I do ask that each of the people who are going to speak today do try to stay within that 3 minutes. If you start to go well beyond that, I'll ask you to stop. Hopefully you've given that some thought in preparing your remarks. The first person that we have for a citizen's comment is Charles Cooper, speaking on fossil fuel divestment. Are you there, Charles?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. As some of you are aware, on June 16th, Governor Mills signed LD 99 into law requiring the Maine Public Employee Retirement System to divest its $1.3 billion in fossil fuel holdings. This is the first bill of its kind to pass in the state legislature. On that day, the Maine legislature acknowledged two inescapable realities. One, that fossil fuel investments do not optimize returns for stakeholders. And two, the obvious moral impermeability of supporting an industry actively undermining our future. It is my understanding that the board addressed possible divestment at the last meeting. And although I commend the work done by investors to reduce the endowment's fossil fuel exposure through the ESG policy and coal divestment, I contend that this policy remains insufficient at eliminating fossil fuel investment risk. Not to mention, leaves the PR benefits of divesting in order to stay true to the university's proclaimed commitment to work towards sustainability on the table. Although this pertains to the entire board, I would like to direct my statement to Vice Chair O'Donnelly for his role on the investment committee. The financial and viability of fossil fuels is clear. Let's compare the standard S&P 500 with the S&P 500 excluding fossil fuels. Over the last decade, the investment in fossil fuels has lost 36.5%, while an investment in the rest of the index has almost tripled in value. This trend will continue, if not accelerate, as governments make the shift to renewable energy. Let's assume that UMS has approximately $11 million invested in fossil fuels and I can see that this number may now be slightly lower. Over the next 10 years, this investment will result in a $4 million loss rather than a $28.6 million gain. In 1980, 7 of the S&P 500 top 10 highest valued companies were in the fossil fuel industry. Today, just one remains. The future of the fossil fuel industry is clearly in peril. And with that, I just want to request, please follow the implementation of the main PERS divestment mandate. Please keep an open mind and consider how their strategies could apply to UMS. I understand that divestment is not a cut and dry process. Risks and returns must be balanced to act in the best interest of all stakeholders. In this case, divestment is in the best interest of all stakeholders, whether that be our endowment's finances, our students, faculty, the university, our planet, and future generations. Rarely do we see these things align. Divest UMS has gathered a petition of 194 signees supporting divestment, mostly of UMaine students and faculty. LD 99 showed that the Maine people support a fossil fuel-free future, and now it's time to show that the University of Maine does the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Our next speaker will be Ines Marshall on fossil fuel divestment.
Hello. As Trustee Mike Michaud said during his 2014 campaign for governor, quote, "We need to aggressively address climate change through investment in clean renewable energy, conservation and efficiency, and reducing dependence on fossil fuel." I strongly agree with this statement, and I'm not alone. As Maine has just become a leader in the nation with the passage of LD 99, requiring the state to divest from fossil fuels, myself and others find it high time that the University of Maine follows suit. Investment in fossil fuels is a financial dependence upon that industry's success for the well-being of the University of Maine system's investments. It's pitting the success of the institution's investments against the well-being of our state and the folks who live here. There is sufficient evidence that the current ESG investing policy that had been adopted by the board in the past is insufficient in reducing fossil fuel exposure. We at the Divest UMS Student Group are calling upon Mr. Michaud, as well as the rest of the board, to consider fossil fuel divestment as a realistic, doable, and necessary action going forward, and hope to see it on the agenda at a board meeting in the near future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Baloo Cates on fossil fuel divestment.
Hi, I'm Baloo. I'm a student of ecology and environmental science at UMaine Orono. This summer I've been working on a biodynamic vegetable farm. At the beginning of the summer, we saw drought-like conditions with very little rainfall. And now my boss is saying that he hasn't seen this much rain in 30 years. These are the extreme conditions that lead my friends and I to wonder about the stability of our future. We really don't know if this beautiful state of Maine that we call our home will be the same place in 50 years. This is very frightening to think about. Trustee Rotundo, we so appreciate having you on the board due to your continued care to protect the environment and your passion for the students of Maine. I'm coming to you today to ask for your alliance and support of our fossil fuel divestment campaign, whose goal is to protect the environment and the future of the upcoming generation. Thousands of other universities across the country have already decided to fully divest from fossil fuels. The state of Maine just divested from fossil fuels with the passage of LD9. Not only is this the right thing to do, but it is also becoming the status quo. I urge you to think about what I've said today, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next citizen speaker will be Abigail Despres on the fall 2021 COVID policies.
Abigail, are you on the line? Chair
Okay,
Gardner.
Abigail, are you there? Let's move to the next one. We can come back if Abigail comes on. The next speaker would be Robert Glover on the COVID policies as well.
Good morning. I want to thank the Board of Trustees for this opportunity to speak. My name is Rob Glover, and I'm an associate professor in the Political Science Department and the Honors College at the University of Maine in Orono. And I'd like to just briefly focus on some recently announced policies governing COVID-19 and our return to campus. But before I do, I want to applaud the responsible, smart decisions made by our leaders at the Maine system and on our respective campuses. Thus far, we've weathered this storm capably. And our university system and our state are national exemplars. And frankly, I'm just excited we could even be having discussions about returning to campus. With that said, I have some concerns about proposals for a fall return, specifically two items, the absence of a vaccination mandate and the relaxing of masking and social distancing requirements. So as the board is aware, the surging Delta variant is resulting in greater numbers of young people being hospitalized and suffering severe health effects. And in part, that's because of lower vaccination rates among young people. Only 41.6% of college-age individuals are fully vaccinated, and just over 50% have had one dose, according to the CDC. And our own numbers of verified vaccinated students from July 22nd are quite a bit lower than that. We can assume that those numbers will go up over the next few weeks as people verify, but for now I want to focus on what we know and what we've confirmed. We're now seeing communities across the country and countries around the world reinstating masking and social distancing as infections spike. The Washington Post, in a story just on Thursday, said that the Biden administration is now working with federal health officials and the CDC on whether we should be urging vaccinated Americans to wear masks in more situations. So the issue, given our precarious situation, I'm concerned with holding off on a mandate full FDA approval for vaccines, something that's unlikely to happen until well into the fall semester. And I'm also concerned about not mandating the vaccine while simultaneously relaxing indoor masking and social distancing protocols. So I understand there may be several concerns about such a mandate, and it's a step that shouldn't be taken lightly. I would just note the following. Our best defense against being plunged into another deadly and disruptive phase of the pandemic is vaccination. It's our responsibility to use the power that we have to ensure healthy communities. Mandating vaccination would align with guidance from the American College Health Association, and reinstating indoor masking would align with the growing chorus of health experts that are advising even vaccinated Americans to consider doing so. Vaccine mandates have been adopted by other colleges here in Maine and public institutions across the country, and we're subjected to legal challenge, such as in Indiana, the mandates have held up. And lastly, I'd say that a majority of the public supports this, as do a majority of college students, according to recent data from the Kaiser Family Foundation. And in March of 2020, 72.8% of Maine voters overwhelmingly rejected a people's veto supported by opponents of vaccine mandates. So in closing, I urge the Board of Trustees and the Chancellor to consider an immediate vaccination mandate, and I'd also urge UMS leadership to retain masking and social distancing on campus until we can say with confidence that all students, faculty, and staff who can be vaccinated have done so. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jordan LeBoeuf, USM system. University of Maine system vaccine and masking policies. Jordan, if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity today. I want to echo Rob's comments. My name is Jordan LeBoeuf. I'm an associate professor of psychology and honors at Maine in Orono, and I'm asking today that the university system leadership mandate vaccines for students and employees and maintain our masking requirements until those vaccines are firmly in place. I, like so many of my colleagues, am so excited to return to campus, to be with my colleagues, to be with students in classrooms and laboratories. There is literally nothing I love more than working on important problems with our brilliant students together in the same space with coffee and a whiteboard. But as a system, we are going to have to do whatever is necessary to protect our ability to do that safely. UMaine system and state have done so well managing COVID. However, the Delta variant is now tearing through unvaccinated populations across the United States and threatening the lives and long-term health of people who are not vaccinated, and especially those who cannot be vaccinated, like the thousands of children under 12 in our community. College students are among the least part of our population. So communal environments, like our university campuses, are the likely sites of outbreaks that will compromise our semester, threaten the health of our students, and ultimately spill out into the communities before forcing us remote again. If we do not require vaccines and we're forced to change course due to COVID, it won't just have serious health consequences. It will also undermine the system's reputation and the goodwill and enrollment gains that we gained and earned by careful management of the pandemic so far. If we cannot stay in person, we risk losing our enrollment to our peer institutions who are requiring vaccines that we can stay in, threatening our financial stability as well as the health of our community. Health officials at every level are explaining that if we want to have our safe and healthy return, we have to do so by requiring vaccines like so many other public and private institutions. Though the semester is near, we still have the opportunity to change course and require vaccines. The Vermont State College system voted just this last Thursday to join their university system in changing course and requiring vaccines. As Rob mentioned, federal judges have upheld that public institutions can require the vaccine during the emergency authorization period. We can still make this change. The people of Maine, our students, our employees desperately want this safe return. And the only way we can do that is through required vaccination and safe masks. Educational leaders like you are often asked to make huge decisions that impact the success and the economy of the state as a whole, but it is rare that you have the opportunity to make decisions that will literally cost or save lives in our community. I'm asking today that you make that decision to protect us and secure our system's health and success by requiring vaccines this fall. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jordan. Let's go back and see if Baloo Kasif has joined us. Baloo, are you there?
Trustee Gardner, I think it's Abigail DePreez that we were waiting for.
Oh, I'm sorry, Abigail. I'm sorry, yes, Abigail DePreez. Are you there, Abigail? All righty, we'll move on to Troy Fulmer on the COVID protocols. Troy, are you on?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I think so.
Hello? Okay, thank you. Yes, my name is Troy Fulmer, and I appreciate the opportunity to go on record and share my concerns regarding current and pending COVID-19 protocols implemented in the publicly funded UMS system, including mandatory face mask wearing and weekly testing for students and personnel who have not had the COVID-19 shot. The recent communication from Chancellor Malloy, the choice is clear message, was alarming. The choice for many people is not clear when it comes to taking a vaccine that is said to be safe and effective when evidence suggests otherwise. There is compelling evidence that face mask wearing and asymptomatic testing for COVID-19 are not effective at controlling the spread of COVID-19. Requiring students and university personnel who have not had the COVID-19 shot to wear masks and test weekly is unnecessary, not a good use of limited resources, and is an undue burden. It is discriminatory and should not be required. These measures and the pending mandatory requirement of all students and staffs to receive the COVID-19 shot, once it is approved by the FDA, are being done under the guise of health. However, when exposed, they are manipulating, unfair, coercive, and quite frankly, bullying. UMS leadership has stated that the COVID-19 shot will be mandatory and has promoted the shot as safe and effective. I am interested in what definition is being used when calling this experimental shot safe and effective. If it is so safe, why have there been hundreds of thousands of reported negative side effects, including death? If it is so effective, why do people have to be vaccinated when they are vaccinated still contract and spread COVID-19? How much actual research has the UMS Scientific Committee actually completed? Has their research been thorough and objective? If yes, how can they and UMS leadership continue to promote the vaccine and encourage and incentivize people to receive the vaccine and single out and punish those who have chosen not to receive the vaccine? The lack of information sharing that UMS has allowed regarding the potential negative side effects of the COVID shot do not support students or anyone else in the UMS community with informed consent. This is an illegal practice and the UMS needs to do differently. All indicators are that the vaccine is not safe and effective. Face masks do not stop or slow the spread of COVID, and mandatory asymptomatic testing is a poor use of time, money, and other limited resources. These measures don't support student safety and success. Rather, they detract from it and create an undue burden and hardship. UMS students and personnel already are under great pressure to perform well and don't need this added burden and associated health risks. How can anyone who says they want inclusion and cares about student welfare promote, encourage, and enact harmful, divisive mandates without full and proper informed consent and allowing freedom of choice? If UMS permits medical exemptions for COVID shots, UMS must allow for religious and philosophical exemptions as well. The UMS community, including the UMS leadership, must pause and stand up policy and protocols that are inclusive and fair, not divisive and punitive. No vaccine mandates, no masks, and no testing. If masks and testing are required for one group and not another without sound, well-documented rationale, it is discriminatory. Students and staff have committed themselves to UMS. Now UMS must uphold their end of the agreement. Make a solid commitment to currently enrolled students that they can complete their programs of study without interruption and without the unnecessary burden of having to get a vaccine that they don't want. The choice to support students and the UMS community is clear. However, it is much different than what Chancellor Malloy stated.
All right, we're at, Troy, sorry to interrupt you, but we are at, we're over the 3 minutes, so if you could.
I have one more sentence.
Okay.
Please don't heavy-handed strong-arm people. Don't set them up with choiceless choice. Time is of the essence, and the board needs to set clear policy and expectations so that people can plan accordingly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Troy. Our next speaker will be Rachel Fulmer on USM COVID protocols. Rachel, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Thank you. So my name is Rachel Fulmer, and I am a recent high school graduate. I was supposed to be attending the University of Maine Augusta in the fall to begin my education in their professional architecture program. However, due to a recent decision announced by Chancellor Malloy, I will be forced to go another route. I am aware that the university's Maine system will be mandating the COVID-19 vaccine for all students and staff on campus once it becomes FDA approved. This could be within the next few months or within the next couple of years. I want the board to understand the weight of this decision that is not only directly affecting me, but also other students who are already in this college system or who are planning to be in this upcoming semester. This decision, which was announced only a month before school starts, has drastically changed the trajectory of my life. UMA is the only school in New England that offers a degree program into which I got accepted, and the program that has been my top choice and sole academic goal since last December. Even though UMA has told me that I would be able to start the program, even they acknowledge that it would be a huge risk to me because as someone who will not be receiving this vaccine, I would inevitably be left with debt and a fraction of a degree when the mandate is put into action. I had put in the work, I had ordered my hundreds of dollars worth of supplies, and I had no hesitation in committing to your school when I got accepted. However, this was not part of the deal when I or any of the nearly 35,000 students committed to these universities. And quite frankly, I do not think it is outrageous to expect these colleges to commit to the students and staff. I receive emails about these schools encouraging inclusivity and equality for all members of the university, and I don't exactly know what I would call what you're doing to the unvaccinated students, but I can assure you that it is not including them. You have put out every incentive for these students to get vaccinated. You would allow them to show their faces on campus, to not have to quarantine even if they are in close contact with someone who has COVID. Despite the fact that fully vaccinated individuals can still contract and transmit COVID, they would not have to be subjected to weekly testing, and on top of all that, you are literally offering them potential money. Refusing these offerings is not the action of a selfish individual, but clearly someone who has very strong personal convictions that you are demanding that they throw away or else be thrown out of school. Some of your students clearly have no problem in getting this vaccine, but I know for a fact that out of the 35,000 students, there are at least a handful of kids who are not just asking them to get this vaccine, but insisting that they forfeit their bodily autonomy and compromise their morals in order to choose a higher education. And again, this was not what these people signed up for, nor did they agree to this when choosing to attend your schools. You might say that it is a smart decision to get vaccinated with a shot, or even the morally right choice, but it is not these students' responsibilities to conform to what your subjective view of what a good, smart person may be. Respect your students and even your staff enough to let them make this decision on their own and to take responsibility for their own health. I believe in equality, and I believe that as human beings, we have the right to choose what we do with our bodies, and this decision goes against both of those values. I really was looking forward to attending your school, but I ask that you at least consider the teachers of the kids who already attend your programs. This really is not fair to them, and I hope you can understand that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rachel. Our next speaker will be Marcy Fulmer on also on the COVID protocols for the fall.
University of Maine System Board of Trustees. My name is Marcy Grace Homer. I would like to preface what I say with an acknowledgement and appreciation for the UMA teachers and staff with whom we've had contact. They have been incredibly helpful and courteous, and I've been impressed with their kindness and professionalism and their passion for their work and for the students. It has painfully come to our attention that your school system will be requiring students who are not inoculated with the COVID-19 shot to be forced to wear masks and undergo weekly testing, and that you will be mandating COVID-19 shots when they are FDA approved. Regarding testing, the COVID tests in themselves are problematic. The CDC has said detection of viral RNA may not indicate the presence of infectious virus, or that 2019 nCoV is the causative agent for clinical symptoms. World Health Organization states some tests may detect COVID and some may also detect other strains that are genetically similar, such as the regular cold virus. From the FDA, clinical correlation with patient history and other diagnostic information is necessary to determine patient infection status. The agent detected may not be the definite cause of disease. From a manufacturer of PCR testing kits, quote, for research use only, not for use in diagnostic procedures, quote. Anthony Fauci said this about PCR testing, amplification cycles, and thresholds. Quote, if you get a cycle threshold of 35 or more, the chances of being replication competent are minuscule. It's just dead nuclei, period, quote. What is your lab cycle threshold? Why are we asymptomatic testing? The World Health Organization declares the asymptomatic spread of coronavirus is, quote, very rare. Even Anthony Fauci has stated, in all the history of respiratory-borne viruses of any type, asymptomatic transmission has never been the driver of outbreaks. The driver of outbreaks is always a symptomatic person. Regarding face masks, according to the World Health Organization, there is no direct evidence on the effectiveness of universal masking of healthy people in the community to prevent infection with respiratory viruses. One of the largest and highest level of meta-analysis evidence studies from the CDC on the effectiveness of face masks on the transmission of respiratory viruses found that face masks failed to provide a significant reduction in virus transmission. Many meta-analysis and peer-reviewed studies not only question the efficacy of masks to stop COVID-19, but also show harm done by wearing masks. Harms such as lower arterial oxygen, increase in pulse rate, rebreathing of carbon dioxide, chronic dermatitis, secondary infection, etc. Both groups, vaccinated and unvaccinated, can catch and spread COVID. Yet one group is forcibly masked. This is discriminatory. 3 minutes is not enough time to adequately address the deaths and adverse effects from the COVID vaccine. What we do know is that messenger RNA in an inoculation has never been done on human beings before. We have no idea what long-term effects there will be. But let's be clear, it is their body and thusly their choice whether to be inoculated or not. The school says the choice is clear, but thousands of scientists, doctors, and researchers are speaking out to tell the world the choice is anything but clear. Millions are marching in the streets trying to tell the world the choice is not clear.
Marcy,
That is clear.
we're running out of, you've run out of your time. Could you just wrap up here in a sentence or two?
This is my last sentence.
Okay, thank you.
The only thing that is clear is there needs to be a choice. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Marcy. Our next speaker will be James Cook on University of Maine System Fall Policy. James, are you on?
Yes, I certainly am. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hello? Wonderful. My name is James Cook. I'm an associate professor of sociology at the University of Maine at Augusta, and I'm so pleased that there are many voices from UMA here today. I have a research specialty in social network analysis, which means I'm an expert in mathematical patterns of human interaction, which is directly relevant to the coronavirus. I want to start by thanking the Board of Trustees for making this deliberative space possible, where we all can speak about what we know and share that in community and in respect. And I also want to thank you very much as an employee who has a wife who is sick with 2 cancers, that you have instituted policies in the past that are very respectful of risk. keep my wife alive. So that's a real benefit, and I want to thank the board for that. And I mean that at the bottom of my heart. A previous caller indicated that there's no indication of safety of vaccine. And with all due respect, that's not necessarily true. There's the publicly available experimental data for the Moderna vaccine indicates that in an experimental setting with tens of thousands of subjects, the group that received randomized assignment to receive the vaccine had a 1% rate of serious injury or death reported, and the placebo group also had a 1% rate of serious injury or death, which indicates that most likely this is just injury or death that is occurring at a baseline level. I would like to talk about, in my brief moments left, the idea of what will happen with students who choose not to vaccinate. And since I'm in the social and behavioral sciences, I'm not talking about moral judgment, but simply predicting. I spoke with a staff member where I will be teaching in person in the fall, and they indicated, and these are quotes, it's pretty much on the honor system, expecting and hoping that students will follow the guidelines with perhaps some random audit. And I'm not sure about how that might happen yet. But here's the concern. A Harris poll in June of just last month, a nationally representative sample indicated that only 38% of respondents who are not vaccinated and say they don't plan to be vaccinated had masked at least once outside the home in the past week. To flip that over, that indicates 62% have not, even once in the last week, worn a mask outside their home. And that's very important to think about at the scale of 25,000 individuals who are going to be in this community and placed at risk. If we trust that people without a mask will, without a vaccination, will mask up, the Harris poll indicates that that's not likely to occur. Indeed, a majority will not. Thank you so much to the board for participating in this really important conversation, and thank you for your work.
Thank you. Thank you, James. We'll go back and see if Abigail Despres is on. One last check to see if she's there. Okay. I want to thank everybody who spoke in citizens' comment. We're going to move in a moment here into my report and then the Chancellor's report. I will mention in my report that I'll talk a little bit about fossil fuel divestment. And I don't know if the Chancellor, he may probably in his report, I'll give a little bit on the COVID. So with that, again, thanks everybody on the citizens' comment, and appreciate the effort to stay in the 3 minutes, and it was done well. Thanks. On the chair's report, my report out, I just want to touch base on a couple of things. Again, this is the first regularly scheduled meeting of the board where I'm sitting in the chair's seat for the meeting here and for the year coming up. I just want to mention, it's been said before in the past, but I want to thank everybody associated with the University of Maine system for all the hard work they do, particularly dealing with the pandemic. And I know there's a lot of work going on in preparation, as we just heard, for the upcoming fall. And hopefully this fall session can be as near normal as we can safely make it. But having been on the board for 9 years, I fully understand and appreciate how hard and how many days and hours people put in to make our system as good as it is and as great as it is, and really appreciate that. Hopefully I can help you all this year in the role of the chair. There's a couple of things other that I wanted to mention. We do have a strategic planning resolution in today's agenda that we'll talk about when we get to that at tab 5, I believe it is. This is the start of a very important process. I think if you've read the background material, you'll see that it's been many, many years since we've done a system-wide strategic planning session. And this one is going to be quite important. as there's so much change has taken place over the years, and going forward, we need to work as a total system and incorporate particularly all the good plans and strategic plans that each of the universities has. And so I look forward to that discussion, which will be a little bit later here in our agenda. Also want to thank the committee members and the chairs for agreeing to participate on different standing committees for the FY 22-23 year here. And the chairs have all been identified, and it's in your materials. And I really appreciate the work and the time, and each trustee will put in, and also the chairs in leading that effort. And thank you for doing that, and thanks for stepping up if you're chairing one of those committees on that. I did mention that we talk just a brief moment or two here on the fossil fuel. We have heard the citizens who keep speaking at each of our meetings, which is appropriate, and we listen to them on this. I'm going to turn this briefly over to the chair of the investment committee, Trustee Martin, and maybe you could just give a couple of minutes here of what the investment committee has been doing and thinking about in this regard.
Thank you, Chair Gardner. And thank you for all your comments. As the investment committee chair, I want to know that we have heard your concerns. The investment committee has met and will be holding working sessions to discuss your concerns before us regarding fossil fuel divestment. Our goal is to arrive at a set of guiding principles that we can endorse as a board, one which upholds our fiduciary responsibility, while at the same time gives us guidance on how to invest in light of the global issues.
Thank you. Thanks very much. With that, the only other thing I'd mention, we did make a change in the agenda today. We're going to move up the Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation report before lunch, and then we'll do the Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs report after our lunch break, which will be somewhere around 12:15, 12:30, I'm estimating at this time. So with that, I'll turn it over to our Chancellor for his report. Chancellor Malloy.
Thank you, Chair. It's great, again, to be with all of the trustees as well as the public and members of our faculty, staff, and students who may be watching the proceedings. There are a number of things to talk about, but I suppose I should really start with respect to our COVID experience. Let me be very clear that we are deliberative, that we are guided by science as well as civil authority in the decisions that we make. I think we've had an extraordinarily successful 2 semesters, these last 2 full semesters, in keeping a background rate that was lower than the background rate of the state of Maine as a whole. There is no doubt that was reached because of our relatively constant testing, first semester on a screening basis, second semester on a weekly basis of all people using our campuses. There is no doubt that those results were made as strong as they were, not just because of testing, not just because of distancing, but also because of masking. We know that those protocols allowed us to be successful, even in the second semester of the year, the one in which we saw the greatest spikes nationally, as well as regionally, as well as in the state of Maine, pressing the ability of our hospital system to even respond to the responsibilities of caring for individuals who had been impacted by COVID-19. We do have public statements allowed to be made, and that's a good and strong policy. But as you, as trustees and others have just evidenced, it doesn't mean that there's a consensus with respect to the approach to be taken. Rather, we have laid out to the public, as well as to students, faculty, and staff, for a long period of time, that in all probability, should a regular approval be granted to any of the vaccines, that a vaccine would be required. Why? Because it is the thing to do to keep students, faculty, and staff themselves safe, as safe as they can be, as well as the broader community can be safe and rely on that level of safety. I understand that people have different points of opinion, but I want to point out a very important statistic. Based on a survey of the hospital systems in 14 different states, it was shown that 99.2% of all deaths from COVID-19 in a 14-day period of time or thereabouts were in fact individuals who had not been vaccinated. I myself have been vaccinated. A large percentage of our workforce, both staff and faculty, have been vaccinated. And an increasing number of our students are in fact vaccinated. Maine itself has been in the top 5 states routinely with respect to the vaccination taking of the population. Finding the right road forward has been a difficult one. Telling individuals that should vaccine be have full approval, that in all likelihood we would require it, I think is a fair a statement to have made over the last several months and to continue to make. And also to make it sure that individuals understand that should they not be able to be vaccinated or choose not to be vaccinated, that yes, you have a responsibility to take those steps necessary to protect the broader public of our state, and particularly in a closed classroom. If all of our classrooms were outside without doors and windows being closed, that might be one set of circumstances. But that's not what a university represents. And the experience in our dormitories is not the same as the experience that students would have in their own homes. That's why the protocols that we've laid out thus far, I think, are important to be understood. But let me also be very clear that we will make changes as circumstances present themselves. The rise of the Delta variant has been startling over the last less than 21 days. And I want to be very clear that our protocols will change or can change based on the circumstances that present themselves at any given time as we respond both to the circumstances as well as the science of the COVID-19 experience and the spread of that disease, both its long-term and short-term consequences. Finally, again, let me repeat that those who have been vaccinated are not driving the death numbers that we have seen nationally reported day after day after day. But rather are individuals who are not dying as a result of their exposure. Finding the right balance is not easy. We will continue to work at finding that proper balance, but we always believe that we should be upfront and communicate with our students, faculty, and staff with respect to the COVID experience and our expectations. Let me also finally point out that under state law, we already require vaccines, 3 different vaccines for diphtheria, tetanus, and MMR, which is actually for measles, mumps, and rubella, to attend or be present as a student on our campus. COVID-19 is a relatively new introduction of a new form of virus, an amazing response of the science, a vaccine now being available, which has been proven safe, and we will move forward and address circumstances as they might develop. Let me then next go to thank all of our presidents, faculty, staff, and students for the extraordinary effort that they have lent to our COVID experience and the numbers and the safety levels that I've already referenced. We're very proud of what we've accomplished in the past and look forward to having an outstanding new academic year. I'd also like to spend just a moment to thank the members of the legislature and the governor and her leadership with respect to helping our institutions respond to the financial burdens of the COVID experience as we've had them. Obviously, some of the money has come to the state from the federal government. Let me also thank our senators and congresspeople for the roles that they have played to make sure that we were in a position to recoup some of the losses that we have experienced and some of of the additional costs that we have experienced, including testing, which I would agree, which I would remind everyone was an aspect of keeping people safe on our campus. We look forward to seeing more and more students, as they already are, beginning to show up on our campuses, particularly in the athletic arena. We look forward to a safe opening, although nothing is guaranteed. Nothing can be 100% one way or the other. But we have a dedicated cross-section of staff, faculty, and students working to do the best that they can to protect our population, given the directives of civil society and the science as it is established and the results which are undeniable. Thank you.
Chair, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. We have switched the order in the agenda a little bit. I think the latest.
Comment? Pardon me, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. Can I just say one
Yes,
thing?
Trustee Kane, go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you to the Chancellor for that clear articulation of values and process and safety around COVID-19. As someone who lives physically in a campus community and with many friends and family who work on the UMaine campus, I just wanted to say thank you. I know this is not an easy thing to navigate. I know my friends and neighbors are wishing it was already mandated to have the vaccine to be on campus. I think it's a smart move the way it's being handled. And I just wanted to say thank you for being as proactive as possible, as clear in communication as possible, to all of us and to the general public and to the people on all of the campus who are not only in but around the campus communities. It is extraordinary how well we did when you look across the country over this last academic year. And it makes me optimistic for how we will do in the year ahead in getting back to being able to provide as whatever our new normal is in this sort of semi-pandemic world as we emerge from it. And I just wanted to say thank you to you and your team and to all of the people across all of the campuses whose worlds were turned upside down and they remained focused on the learning and the academic success of our students along the way. I wanted to thank you in advance for the work to come. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Kane. Anybody else want to? Okay. So now we'll move to the Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovations report. I'm going to turn it over to President and Vice Chancellor for Research, President Fernie Mundy. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Gardner. Are you all able to see the screen share?
Well,
Yes.
it's up, but can you
But
blow
it's
it up
actually-
so it's the main item? There we go.
That better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be able to update you on essentially three major topics where there has been tremendous work across the system over the past many months, and where we are advancing our research and innovation agenda in exciting new ways. So we'll speak about each of these very quickly. First of all, the new internal grants that continue annually with the system, but in which case we are always looking to adapt and be responsive really to the ways in which change is happening across our state. So the Small Campus Initiative, which is part of the MEIF, the Maine Economic Improvement Fund initiative, we are able to report this year that we made $520,000 available in fiscal 21. This was managed for the first time this year by the University of Maine Office of Research Development in concert with individuals from across the entire system. And we were able to make several awards through the Small Campus Initiative, 4 projects in particular, and they're highlighted here. What's really exciting about these is that they are very relevant for economic challenges and workforce development in the state of Maine. And so you see here Professor Rogers, Professor Hassan, 2 projects, one at Fort Kent, one at Presque Isle, and then Professor Sirois at UMaine Augusta, and then Professor Beal at UMaine Machias, all working on extremely interesting MEIF sector projects that will advance our state and will move their own research agendas forward in very important ways. The second major area of our internal investment is the Research Reinvestment Fund, which was designed to strengthen UMaine system research development and innovation activities that are all critical to the future of Maine. And one development this year has been the expansion of the advisory board to include representatives from all of the campuses as we and the law school as we move forward, which is wonderful. In RRF, we've tried a couple of things over the past few years to really promote system-wide engagement and system-wide research. One thing that we've done and that you've heard about previously is the Grand Challenge, the Rural Health Grand Challenge that was continued. But in 2021, we focused on rapid response grants to COVID, network planning grants that would engage multiple campuses, interdisciplinary undergraduate research collaboratives meant to bring our undergraduates into the research agenda, and then an accelerator kind of focus to move projects from basic research into commercialization as much as we possibly can. And there's been a very strong emphasis this year on building up our capacity to do research learning experiences, that is to engage our undergraduates directly in the research agenda going forward. So a few of these grants are highlighted here with the beautiful visuals that they've been able to provide for us. What's interesting about RRF is that it requires partnerships across campuses. At least 2 UMaine system campuses need to be involved in every one of these projects, and they also need to include the participation of undergraduate and graduate students. So I won't go through the details of these, but the wonderful projects here, the abstracts are available, of course, and you see the logos for the campuses that are engaged in each of these. A lot of focus, of course, on COVID here in this portion of the COVID rapid response grants, and many of these we are hopeful may lead to further federal funding as these projects unfold. And they cover the territory rather widely in terms of the kinds of domain areas that are necessary for us as a state. So really exciting work going on in the Rural Health Challenge as well as the immediate response to COVID, and excellent work across the entire system. In the undergraduate research collaboratives, we see similarly multiple campuses involved in each, as well as topics that are quite relevant for the state of Maine and that will lead potentially to a big impact for our students, our faculty, and our staff, and our communities. And this gives you a flavor for them as well as the collaborating institutions. More examples, again, spanning the state, spanning the topics, spanning the research fields, all of them making a difference and engaging undergraduates directly. We have a very exciting portfolio of research that's growing and developing here that is system-wide and that is putting the university system in partnership with the state in wonderful ways. A piece of it is the UMaine Research Affiliates Pilot Program, which has now been launched. We've spoken about this before, but this is a way of trying to match some of the infrastructure and capacity at the University of Maine, which is developed at the flagship, has been over multiple decades, really, with tremendous support from the state, from the legislature, from our congressional delegation, and so many others. But the idea here is to build that out so that research faculty across the system get the chance to connect to this. And a first cohort of faculty has been recruited and has started. And so here you see the campus breakdown of engagement in that cohort. And the work started in July. There have already been 6 information sessions that were held in the month of June, led by Jason Charland in UMaine's Office of Research Development. And now these 22 researchers have registered, and their first cohort meeting was held last week, I am told. So you see that we do span the campuses. And from all that I am hearing, this is a very interesting group of faculty who are eager to work together to collaborate and to advance their research mission. And what they'll be doing is essentially creating a plan and process as individuals, but with guidance from one another and from UMaine to pursue extramural funding with support from UMaine. So here is the list. Wonderfully diverse and interesting group of individuals who will come together to really make a significant focus on research across our campuses. The final piece of my report focuses on state and federal highlights, and I know that Sam Warren is out there and she can chime in as questions come up, but we've had an extraordinary time in the past few weeks and success with our state and federal initiatives, beginning with the state, the Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan, which is Governor Mills's plan to invest part of the federal American Rescue Plan dollars here in Maine, has been moving along, and it did require legislative approval. That was accomplished last week. $35 million have been allocated to the University of Maine system over 2 years for one-time workforce and research investments. There will also be other opportunities in the plan as it unfolds for competitive proposals as this activity makes itself more clear. But for UMaine, the idea was to invest $35 million in infrastructure that would be critical to the state's companies and communities, with a focus on strengthening the heritage industries and on our rural regions, and being ready with projects that would grow our talented workforce. So the idea is to couple research, development, and innovation activity, some of it capital projects, in fact, together with deliberate plans for engaging students in internships, externships, research learning experiences, and activities that would prepare them to join the state's talented workforce. This is in alignment with both the state's 10-year state plan for economic growth and also the Economic Recovery Committee's recommendations. So tentatively here, you see a list of the projects that will be included in that $35 million. I point out that these are in all different stages of approval by the Board of Trustees, and they will need to go through our standard processes, of course, but these are the creative ideas that appealed to those in the state that were working with us on putting this forward, including, you'll notice in the right-hand column, a pool of competitive funds for talent development that will be made available to the small campuses. So we're very excited as we put this initiative together and begin to move into using those funds. The DC update is also has been very rich and very interesting, and I have to thank Sam Warren for her leadership, as well as Jason Charlin, who have worked this year to figure out what it means to engage in the earmark process, which is now back. This congressionally directed spending, the community funded projects. And so we solicited proposals that came from across the system. These needed to be matched to both the interests of our delegation, and so tremendous involvement and help from the staff in all of those offices, as well as needed to be matched to the fit for the process, the available funding through the federal government. They needed to show community support. There needed to be collaboration among the universities, and the outcomes have been excellent. There are several projects that have been advanced by the delegation. We just got this news late last week. And again, thank you to Sam on this. You see here a list of some of those projects. In addition to that list, there are several UMaine R&D infrastructure projects that had been where we'd been in conversation with the delegation, had requests to advance some of those as well. So we'll be watching now the federal process as it unfolds with the federal budget to see how these do. And just one last quick highlight, where we wanted to announce a wonderful new grant secured by the University of Maine faculty from HRSA HRSA that involves a partnership with Northern Light and also Morgan State University, which is an HBCU. We'll be partnering together in nursing areas in ways that we hope will affect the entire system. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions and to ask Sam if I've left out anything that I needed to be sure to say.
Okay, can we go back to the gallery view so I can see if anybody's got any questions or comments? Thank you, President Running Monday. That was very good, interesting. I see, yes, Trustee Michaud, please.
Yep. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Vice Chancellor, for that enlightening presentation. I have one question. I noticed in one of the slides, you talked about biochar application and workforce. My question, as you know, Standard Biocarbon will actually be signing a lease with the town of East Millinocket next week for the biochar facility they're going to build here. Plus, there are actually a lot of discussion in the Katahdin region with biorefineries, which one of the byproducts is biochar. So when you talk about the workforce issue, my question is, I do know that both the standard biocarbon and the potential biorefinery opportunity, they've been working with the Higher Ed Center here in East Millinocket, which is part of the main community college system, and UMA. So when you talk about workforce development, are you working collaboratively also with UMA on that workforce issue?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Michaud. We absolutely are open to partnering in wise ways with University of Maine at Augusta, with the community colleges. I will check with the principal investigators of the project and we'll get back to you. And if we're not partnering in that way, then we'll explore how that might be possible.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments? Oh, thank you again, Vice Chair and President Ernie Mundy. That was a good presentation. Our next topic will go for about an hour. So what I think we'll do at this point in time is we'll take a 25-minute lunch break. We'll be back at 12:30. And don't sign off unless you plan on signing back in real quickly, because it takes a few minutes to get in. And we'll see everybody at 12:30 and we'll start our agenda there. And we should be fine for our times. Thank you. we'll just give it a minute for folks to come back on. I think they're starting to. I'm glad when we get off Zoom and do it in person. It's kind of an eye test to kind of keep up with who everybody's popping on and off here. Let's see. I think we have everybody back, it looks like. We have there's the chancellor, okay. We've got a couple of trustees yet to join, but we'll get them in a minute. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a chance to get a little bit of a lunch in. Our next agenda item will be the report out on academic affairs, and some interesting presentations in here by from the Vice Chancellor. I'm going to turn it to the Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs, Robert Placido, and I thought I saw him on here. I believe he is somewhere right here.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have 3 presentations for you this afternoon. We're going to start off with our faculty spotlight, an opportunity for you all get to be excited and experience what I get to live most of my days, and that is the excellent work of our faculty. And then we're going to do 2 of our last programs for examination recaps for the year, USM and University of Maine at Farmington. I will say, I'll just do all the introduction now so we can go through the whole agenda, but the strength of the programs for examination program is in that it's continuous improvement process. We are ending up this last year's evaluation and reporting out to you, just as we are pulling the data together to deliver to the provosts in August to start all over again. And I think with any good program, you will have that continuous process built in. Really want to thank the provost this year for engaging on what is, I think, a much more robust, healthy, positive process, and I hope to improve it with their help again next year. So to kick things off in our faculty spotlight, let me introduce Dr. Kennedy Rupert Nason. He goes by Ned, and you'll see him on your screen as one of our faculty board reps. He joined Fort Kent in 2018 as a new assistant professor of chemistry. Ned received his doctoral degree in molecular and environmental toxicology from the University of Wisconsin at Madison, where he was a Howard Hughes Medical Institute teaching fellow. While there, he developed and taught science courses using student-centered pedagogical methods focused on specific competency outcomes. He's taught chemistry and ecotoxicology, among other subjects, for more than a decade, and has published numerous articles on the effects of humans on the environment, including works covering how antibiotics influence microbes in freshwater fish farms. I would like to personally thank Ned for being exemplary faculty role model. He often drives across the state to recruit students. He works with students in the field and of course in the classroom. And as you will hear in a moment, he also maintains an active research agenda. A busy faculty member for sure, but he also finds time to engage in university and system service. And as I mentioned, he's one of our faculty reps and does so with great service in that group. And I'm sure he does many things locally for his campus as well. So Ned, if you'd like to start your presentation.
Absolutely. And if you don't mind, I'm going to share the screen real quick here. Please let me know if you're unable to see that.
Looks good.
Awesome. So, name is Ned Herbert Nason, and as many of you know me as the representative from the University of Maine at Fort Kent campus to the Board of Trustees. And today I'm actually going to be talking about my interrelated research, teaching, and service experience. And you'll see throughout that presentation why, in many ways, I can't separate those three dimensions entirely, even though the goal and focus of today's talk is on the research. So I'm going to talk a little bit about overarching goals and alignment with that goals, and mention that as a small institution that's primarily undergraduate focused here at UMFK, we place a major emphasis on student success, and that covers a number of different dimensions, ranging from making sure students pass their courses, that they stay enrolled in the school, and ultimately get placed into a job that pays them a living wage and helps them basically live out the American dream as they see it. In pursuit of that goal, and also trying to maintain an active research program doing cutting edge science at a small institution like this, I really go in for a holistic approach to teaching, research, and service, and try to use each of those three components to really highlight and amplify the other components. One dimension of that is I focus a lot and very broadly on building relationships. That's building relationships with students. That's building relationships with other faculty and other stakeholders outside of the university system, all with the common goal of bringing resources together to do quality science and to help support student success. And this sort of approach is actually backed by quite a bit of different publications in peer-reviewed literature that spans the social, natural, and educational sciences. And a few of the classic publications are listed here, but there's also a number of very strong connections with the diversity, equity, and inclusion literature, which I won't get into at this point. Suffice to say that the way I approach teaching and research is really to make sure that I take advantage of those foundational courses that I teach the students anyway, such as general chemistry and, starting this fall, environmental studies, to build the foundations that will help students be successful working both in future employment, but also with me in future research opportunities, so that they're prepared to think critically a semester or two later and actually have some interest in doing some of the really cool things with plants that I'm going to showcase shortly. In fact, the next section of my talk is really going to focus on 4 areas. The first of those is exclusively on student success, outreach, and engagement during the pandemic. And that's going to be followed up with my natural sciences research, and then ended with a piece of work that I am in the process of developing with some colleagues out in Colorado, that if we're successful at funding it, will build an intentional learning community that helps support high school as well as college students and some of our underserved stakeholders throughout the state. So again, cycling back to the first topic, which is primarily focused on outreach, although it also does have a small research component to it. And this is a webinar series for which I got about $8,000 of funding to support some different initiatives, both here at Fort Kent and also some of that money going to the Wabanaki Center at UMaine to prepare a 6-part webinar series that looks at different dimensions of intersectionality between Wabanaki history, Wabanaki cultural knowledge systems, and contemporary Western science. Through those webinars, we've been able to initiate discussions on a number of very interesting and sometimes controversial topics relating to the role of science in mitigating pandemics and how that affects Indigenous peoples, how pollution and climate change impact Indigenous peoples, and some of the challenges and opportunities for building relationships with those groups in order to address some of these grand challenges. This work that was made possible by the grant from Way Forward Foundation, Bringing Theory to Practice, also had the wonderful opportunity to engage the Sustainability Club here, which is a student organization on our campus, and make some connections with a number of youth-led environmental justice groups throughout the state, including Maine Youth for Climate Justice and Just Maine for Just Us. And a couple of students who are working in that area you've probably heard of in other contexts over the past few months. One particular slide, if I were to use to summarize 4 of the 6 webinars we've done so far, we have Darren Ranko from the Wabanaki Center Ways program down at UMaine talking for some time about the cultural importance of ash trees to the Penobscot Nation, and also some of the threats that those ash trees are facing at this point in time because of human behaviors, those including emerald ash borers and climate change, and also intersecting with how science can be used to help remedy some of those threats so that ideally the Penobscots will be able to retain their ash trees and their cultural important basket making for generations to come. Moving into some more of the stereotypical natural sciences research that I do, and also connecting with my background in environmental sciences and 10 years of research experience with chemical ecology, I am currently taking advantage of support from a couple of grants from the Maine Economic Improvement Fund and Small Campus Initiative to collaborate with Peter Nelson, who is currently an affiliate of UMaine and also Skrudek Institute. So I'm collaborating with him and a couple other stakeholders to develop a technology that, if it all works, will allow us to predict changes in forest health from using remotely sensed hyperspectral images. Stated more plainly, the idea is that we could go out in the future with a drone, one of which is shown here on the screen, take a bunch of pictures, run those pictures through a computer program, and get indications of where trees might be impaired because of any number of reasons, ranging from disease outbreaks to climate effects, and then be able to, by identifying that more early, make a management decision before those trees start dying. What this means in practice, as far as the research is concerned, is Dr. Nelson will go out into several areas of North Maine woods, some of which are actually just now east of Debouli. He'll take some pictures with the drone, and then I'm leading a ground crew that includes myself and 4 other undergraduate students to collect a variety of visual, chemical, and physiological indicators of tree health and that includes a laboratory component. All of participation in all of these things really gives those students an opportunity to learn to do real science in an authentic research environment and have a really great time rummaging around in the woods, chasing black flies and running away from moose. We actually found a moose calf in one of our sites the other day. Now, there's a second dimension to this work, some of which is funded from the MIFSI grants, really is a supporting component to develop and train people for the summer research that I just showcased, and is also able to function as a standalone program. And what that is specifically taking advantage of UMFK's campus greenhouse facility, shown here on the right, to study a variety of climate change factors and how they impact tree health during the course of the winter and spring when the majority of students are on campus. One of a number of challenges we have up here at Fort Kent is that a lot of our students go away for the summer, and if I can't figure out a way to get them engaged and excited about doing research during the academic term, they aren't necessarily looking or showing that interest in sticking around in the summer. So I'll do a number of different small scale studies that really get students engaged in doing cool stuff, maybe have a bit lower stakes as far as success is concerned, to get students engaged and trained up so that we're ready to jump into more serious work in the summer. Now, that said, a lot of these studies we do in the greenhouse, they're manipulative experiments modeled after work that I did previously at my job in Madison, Wisconsin. And I have not given up on the idea that some of these experiments, if they turn out well, could also yield publishable studies of their own right. And so far, I've gotten a lot of excitement from students about it, and I'm excited to keep this up in the coming year. In the last few minutes, I also want to draw attention to the new equipment that the MIFSI grant allowed me to purchase, specifically for joint use here at Fort Kent and also at UMPI. One of these is the Lycor 6800 photosynthesis analyzer. And stated simply, what it does is it lets you measure different indicators about plant health by measuring carbon dioxide and water movement in and out of a plant. And we use it to assess and calibration data for use in the forest health monitoring study. But this instrument really could be used for any number of opportunities in which people want to know how their plants are doing, either for agricultural reasons or, as my students have done here, and doing manipulative science experiments in the greenhouse. The other machine that we got with the grant is a new high-performance liquid chromatograph. This machine specifically allows me to measure plant defense chemicals and other chemical indicators of plant stress, but is more broadly usable to measure a variety of dissolved carbon-containing chemicals in the environment. So this machine could be used to measure pesticide residues. It could be used to measure plasticizers and other contaminants. It is currently linked to a course that I have gotten approved to teach in the fall, which is a special adaptation of analytical chemistry called liquid chromatography for environmental and life scientists. And its purpose is to actually train people through a semester-long course how to use this machine for doing different chemical analyses that support career opportunities and graduate school opportunities in anything related to life sciences or natural sciences. A couple of other engagements I have up here as well. Since 2019, I've been a liaison with Friends of Cross Lake, which is a community organization that is interested in improving the quality of water in Cross Lake, which is a lake in northern Aroostook County. There have been a lot of challenges over the past decade with algae blooms tied largely to phosphorus inputs into the lake due to agricultural runoff, and also to a lesser extent, climate change induced warming of that water. Back in 2019, I had a couple students involved with this work. I've more recently collaborated with faculty member Nicole Rogers to put together a grant proposal that was funded with another MIF-SCI grant to get a weather station that's going to support this work. And so again, I'm less well connected to it than I used to be, but we're still, I'm still playing a key role in connecting UMFK to this community who is trying to improve their water quality. Lastly, I am in third year running trying to develop and successfully fund a National Science Grant Foundation grant proposal to build an intentional learning community that would support the success of primarily high school students through early college summer programs that would include a combination of a summer field camp and a number of different online learning opportunities using citizen science field approaches. Couple of key components of this. One of them is that it would give us the opportunity to bring students to the Fort Kent campus, take them out into the Allagash wilderness for several days, and do environmental monitoring, something we call a bio blitz in the North Main woods at different altitudes going up a mountain, and actually be able to observe in real time the effects of climate on plant and animal communities. And the other cool part of it is we're really trying to engage the indigenous communities, both here in Maine and also in Colorado, with our partners out there to create this program in a framework that is very much inclusive to indigenous cultural perspectives. And so again, we're hoping to get this funded, and if it does, it's going to be a really exciting new dimension in my work in the years to come. Thank you all for listening, and I'll take questions if I'm allowed to do that.
Thank you. That's interesting. Anyone have any questions for him? Or comments or? I do. I have one question here. You piqued my interest when you were talking. Well, it was all very interesting, but you were talking specifically about carbon dioxide uptake, and I gather in the lab you can measure it. But I thought I might have heard you say you're measuring it out in the field as well. So the question is, are you able to actually go into defined areas of timberlands and actually measure CO2 uptake in those timberlands?
The short answer to that question is yes. That Lycor photosynthesis analyzer will let us do that. The downsides of it are that you have to lug the machine out in the woods, which it's designed for. Bigger downside is that you can measure one leaf on one plant at a time.
Yeah.
So it's slow and expensive, and that's why we're trying to develop a remote sensing method that will give us a much probably cruder estimate of average CO2 uptake at a landscape scale to be able to then identify how is climate impacting the ability of trees to uptake CO2, which is a really important question to be able to answer.
It is, and if you figure out a way to do that, there's a whole global industry out there who would be anxious to support and buy and fund that, I believe.
Well, that's what my colleague Peter has been saying. I'm too bogged down in the details right now.
Yeah, no, it's been theoretically calculated for years what young growing forests will take up for CO2 and what a mature forest will, and what a harvested combination of those two, but this, to be actually able to measure it, that would be very powerful. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Back to you, Robert.
And thanks so much, Ned. That was great. Perfect. And so next we have our PFE presentations, and Janine, would you like to go first?
I would love to. Thank you. And thanks, Chair Gardner. And I just want to thank Ned also for that really interesting presentation. I hate to follow that, I have to tell you, with the facts and figures now, but I was glad to be able to hear that today. So I am going to try to share my screen and we'll see how this works. There we go. Are you able to, can someone give me a thumbs up if you can see that all right? Okay, wonderful. Yep. Thank you. Here we go. So I'm glad today to be with you to be able to just give an overview of our academic portfolio at USM. And what I'm just by way of a roadmap, I'm going to share with you 3 of USM's guiding documents, then a quick overview of our academic portfolio. I'll share a little bit of data, so a few data points. I'll say a little bit about our research portfolio, and then I'll just conclude with the heart of what programs for examination started out as, which is really about program management and how the chief academic officers, in conjunction with their presidents and cabinet leaders, are managing the academic portfolio of the institution. So in 2018, I led the academic affairs, faculty and staff and students in kind of a revisioning of USM's academic program. And what you see here is 4 pillars of USM's academic vision, which we call Vision 2028, that characterize the academic experience for every USM student. And the academic vision is founded on 4 pillars: the focus on relationships, a future forward curriculum, the integration of learning and work, and a mission of service and citizenship. And these are just kind of the grounding pillars of the academic work at USM. The second guiding document is our service promise and values, which if you've heard from any of us from USM in the past couple of years, you know that our service promise is student focused every day. And then our service values are respect and care, integrity, equity, and responsiveness. And these 4 values really do permeate everything we do at the university. And then finally, USM has developed 5 priorities for our next 5 years. And, you know, recognizing that the University of Maine system is right now undergoing strategic planning of its own. And so these may need to be tweaked, they might need to be revised. But for the moment, these are the 5 priorities that are guiding our work at USM. And they are academic excellence and student success, a return on student investment through connecting students to their futures, their careers, their communities, leadership on equity, inclusion, and belonging, our attention to research, scholarship, and creative activity, especially in the applied realm, and then fiscal, environmental, and human sustainability. Now to the program inventory. So as a regional comprehensive, USM offers a pretty wide variety of degrees in the professions in the liberal arts. We have 53 undergraduate majors, but the most popular are business, nursing, biology, and psychology. We have 26 master's degrees, almost all of which have that applied focus as well in leadership, public health, public policy, social work, and so on. We have 5 doctoral programs, 29 grad certificates and certificates of advanced study, and then 10 accelerated pathways, which are those degrees where students can collapse and maybe save a year moving straight to a graduate degree. So our 3+3 with the University of Maine School of Law is an excellent example of those. And then I wanted to offer a few of our programs of distinction because we can't be everything to everyone. And so we have focused on a few areas as particularly important to USM and to the audiences that we serve. The applied digital sciences, which will include our composites lab, cybersecurity, and our Maker Innovation Studio, public health with deep roots in Cutler and the Maine Rural Health Research Institute, music and the arts, embedded in, in the arts community in Portland. And then education, specifically graduate education in our School of Education and Human Development. So we had a record number of matriculated students in the School of Education and Human Development in 2020. And we're looking to see that go up again this year. So because USM has so many collaborations under unified accreditation, we've started to keep an inventory of these. And it's growing every semester. So I'm hoping I have most of them on here, but it's possible I missed a couple. But, of course, USM is deeply involved in the Maine Graduate Center. We have been since its beginning, both in the MBA and in the Muskie School of Public Service. We've been in the ground floor on conversations around MESIS and the new College of Engineering and Computer Information Systems. We collaborate with UMPI and UMaine on athletic training, with UMA and cybersecurity. And I don't have to read all of these to you, but we are developing quite a portfolio of collaboration across the system. And I think it's making all of our programs better as a result. Exciting things under construction include, hopefully, a shared BA in game design with the University of Maine Farmington. And we've just started conversations with Ray Rice at UMPI to try to locate the physical therapy associate degree at our LAC college and wrap around that AA additional courses to move those students into a BA in health sciences or a related field, but they would have that physical therapy associate certification when they were finished. So here are some quick data hits for USM. And I have to point out as a disclaimer that in spite of our pride around our retention rate and our 6-year graduation rate being up 7% over the past 5 years, we did lose ground in the pandemic, like every other school nationwide. So we're going to have to dig ourselves out of some of that post-pandemic lag that we've seen. But through 2019, up into the pandemic, everything was moving in the right direction. Our retention rate, our graduation rate, our enrollment. The average GPA of our incoming students has gone from 2.9 in 2015 to 3.3% this year. We've got incredibly strong early college enrollment, and we really see that as a key to USM success. We want to dig deeper into those K-12 schools and bring more of those students into USM by demonstrating to them early that they can really be college students. So I see dual and concurrent enrollment as a key to USM success in the future. USM has really decreased its diversity, both in its faculty body and in its student body. And we've seen 2 record seasons of enrollment in the graduate school this year, which is really helping, as we have also seen at the same time undergraduate enrollment of returning students be somewhat soft as a result of, I think, pandemic exhaustion. So a few words on USM's research portfolio. So at USM, we try to focus our research, our scholarship, our creative activity primarily on workforce development and applied needs, trying to be responsive to what the community is telling us they need help with. And I'll just highlight a few of these for you. On the business innovation side, we house the Center for Economic and Business Research, as well as the Small Business Development Center. And these entities have been incredibly important as we've seen businesses struggle and try to come out of that pandemic slump. We are home to CERL, which is the Composite Engineering and Research Center. And that entity is now not only serving industry and the community, but also serving our students. So we will bring student interns into that composite lab, train them up, and then once they're trained, we embed them in our Maker Innovation Studio so they can then train other students. So we have kind of a train the trainer model, taking students from the composite labs into the Maker Innovation Studio. Of course, you've probably all heard about the Quality Control Collaboratory, where we test beer. And I know the president likes to make sure I say test and not taste the beer. So that's been it's been a great partnership with the craft brewing industry. And then, of course, public education, the North Atlantic Institute, and there are a lot of exciting initiatives going on at USM. I'd be glad to come back and talk about our research portfolio at a later date if that's an area of interest for the board. I did want to highlight specifically the Cutler Institute. I get questions all the time about what the Cutler Institute really is, and a lot of people don't realize that the Cutler Institute is actually part of the Muskie School of Public Service within USM. So within USM, we have the Muskie School, and within the Muskie School is the Cutler Institute, which is the research arm of the Muskie School of Public Service. So the Cutler Institute has an incredibly impressive rate of success. Last year in fiscal 20, they had a 70% success rate on their proposals for a total of $34 million in funding in grants and contracts. And they submitted, even during the pandemic, 203 proposals in fiscal 20. So the Cutler Institute is somewhat separate from the colleges at USM, where research also happens through the faculty members, but we've really been pushing over the past 5 years to make more partnerships between the colleges where the students and the faculty sit and the Cutler Institute where our professional staff researchers sit. And that has been really fruitful, I think, for everyone, especially for our graduate students who are able to be involved in some of that great research going on in the Cutler Institute. And then finally, I wanted to share with you just a little bit about MEIF. So USM is especially focused on workforce development in the MEIF sectors and also supporting student research and student internships through MEIF. So one of our signature long-term MEIF programs is the Undergraduate Research Opportunity Program, which pairs an undergraduate student researcher with a faculty member and results usually in a public presentation either at one of our research conferences or somewhere publicly. We have the Data Innovation Project, which is probably our most lucrative MEIF project to date, which not only does data support for nonprofits, local businesses, that kind of thing, but the Data Innovation Project also helps to increase data literacy in the region by doing trainings and workshops with students and also community partners. And then I think the last thing I'll highlight from the MEIF slide is the Maine Regulatory Training and Ethics Center, which is partnered with the law school. And we've had some incredible workshops with business leaders to help them get up to speed on regulatory compliance. Now, what you're looking at here is a sort of complicated and messy slide, but it's come a long time in the making because we have needed at USM better data to inform our decision-making on the academic side. So before there was a programs for examination process, and before Robert was able to, give to me the data that I can now get from the system on our programs, we were using this academic snapshot, which we created by hand every year to inform me and the deans on how we should be making decisions about our academic portfolio. And I just want to put a disclaimer out there. You'll see that in the snapshot, we have data from 2018, 2019, and then you see the delta there in the third column. That 5-year trend line is not yet accurate. So if you're looking at the 5-year trend and saying, hey, what happened here? Think it away. It's aspirational. Someday when we have 5 years of data, we'll have a 5-year trend line, but I don't want anyone to be distracted by what is not yet a functional portion of this document. But you can see we're tracking here things like the average student credit hour produced per faculty member. We're looking at the ratio of part-time faculty to full-time faculty, the number of majors and minors, of course, the number of credit hours delivered in our core curriculum, to try to just get a feel for the character of every academic program as we try to decide where we might want to invest and where we might not want to invest. So this is page 1 of the snapshot. And what you're looking at here is page 2 of our snapshot, which has a section on personnel. So we look at the total number of full-time faculty, the total number of part-time faculty, and also what's been really important for me is to look at the average size of an undergraduate section at USM, because this is a marker of curricular efficiency. You want to be teaching courses, on average, we're looking for at least 25 students per class, per department, which means you could have some smaller classes, but ideally also some larger classes to balance out the efficiency of the curriculum. So I'd be happy to take questions on this after we finish. I would say that we're looking at replacing this homegrown snapshot with something more professional, perhaps even through Gray Associates, which I know has been helping UMF look at their academic portfolio. And President Cummings and I have had a couple of meetings with them, and we think that they could do this in a way that wouldn't require my office to spend 3 months every year compiling it by hand. So I would love to have more data to inform our decision making and more predictable, regular data coming in. So this next slide is an example of what you can do with that snapshot I just shared. So I'm going to try and move this I just need to move your pictures away so I can see here. So this is a quick efficiency marker of every academic program. What you're looking at here is psychology. Psychology is one of our most efficient academic programs at the institution. And what I've done is to take the full-time tenure track faculty, the full-time non-tenure track faculty, part-time faculty, and then the percent of credit hours generated by part-time faculty. So if you have that 21% generated by part-time faculty, obviously you've got 79% generated by full-time faculty. The average size of a class, the median ratio of plans to full-time faculty is approximately how many advisees, major advisees, each of your faculty members has. So in psychology, every full-time faculty member, in addition to teaching their full load of courses, has about 36 students that they advise. And so, and that's on the high side. It's healthy, but it's high. So in the end, what I've got here at the bottom in that 832 is the average number of student credit hours generated per full-time faculty member in that department. So that 832 is just kind of a rough efficiency marker for that department. And it allows me to know how effective and efficient we're being in delivering the curriculum, how expensive a program is, which is very helpful when you get the request for another psychology professor. And then finally, this is the piece of the Programs for Examination initiative where we started, which is how can we think about what programs at each institution we really want to grow, what programs we just want to maintain as they are because they're doing a good job, they're serving an appropriate number of students. And then in the following slides, where we might need to make a change, and then finally where we might need to plan for a phase out of a program. So we've identified at USM some strategic growth areas for us that make sense based on our areas of distinction that I shared with you in the portfolio slide. So we see art and design as one of our growth areas, the digital sciences, of course, within the Dubiak Center for Digital Science and Innovation, engineering under the umbrella of MESIS, and industrial engineering especially was specifically named in that MESIS plan as something that USM would need to add in the future. Of course, music, we have a signature school of music, award-winning, and for an institution like USM, the music school is really a feather in our cap, and it's a great recruiting tool for us. Of course, nursing, we have an interprofessional education center in the science building, and then public health and policy. So when we look at our whole portfolio, we know that strategically, these are the areas that are going to set USM apart, going to distinguish us, and also going to reduce competition with other universities in the system, which is important. For maintenance, the bulk of our programs are identified for maintenance. We've done a lot of work to increase efficiency little by little across the academic portfolio. Our physics program, while small in majors, is actually one of our most productive programs in terms of student credit hour produced per full-time faculty member. So there are some surprises in that maintenance list. And then on the transform or transition slide, maybe a few surprises here. Women and gender studies is probably not a surprise. We always have few majors in this area, but again, it's a high credit hour producer per full-time faculty member. So women and gender studies is not as expensive to deliver as it might appear when you look at the number of majors they have. But that said, they do have few numbers of majors. So we are targeting them to figure out how we could either increase their majors. We do offer them now at the NEBI rate, which I think will help, but we're also looking at decreasing operating expenses and maybe exploring other administrative models for them as a means to just make that area more efficient. Our English program recently has seen an increase in student interest in writing, creative writing, professional writing, and we have a new focus on writing in our general education curriculum. So the English department has also been really, in an exciting way, engaged in changing its focus more to writing. And I think that will serve our students well who have significant needs where writing is concerned. Tourism and hospitality right now is exploring a partnership with business. So that program, which is very small, right now it's just one full-time faculty member, may actually join our School of Business, which I think would be great for everyone involved. And then finally, our Recreation and Leisure Department, again, a small, formerly standalone program of just 2 has merged into an interdisciplinary department of health sciences, where they've found more synergies with colleagues. They've been able to share teaching. And I think this will just make them more efficient and less isolated, frankly. So, you know, these are in the weeds kinds of discussions that we're having in some cases, especially with tourism, with recreation and leisure studies. But it's all part of that portfolio management that's so important when you're living on a budget, which we are. And then finally, there are programs that we sometimes have to sunset. So right now, our Natural and Applied Sciences program is in program suspension under what was former Board Policy 305.4. Now it's APL, I think it's XP4, it's hidden under your pictures. The teach out for this program is complete. We have not moved it into program elimination. That would be a future discussion, but you can see here how few students we've had in this program for the past 5 years, and also how small the overall classes have been. You can see in academic year 2019, the average section size in that major was only 4 students. So the demand just isn't there. And those students are students who want natural and or applied sciences are being served now in biology, in our public health program. And so students who want this kind of degree are just being served elsewhere. And it's important for us to acknowledge that and to sunset a program where necessary. And then finally, we are doing away with the Master of Science in Gifted and Talented Education at the request of the School of Education and Human Development, which has just said they're able to serve state needs with fewer courses in a certificate program. We don't need a full degree here. And so we're going to sunset this degree as well, make sure the students are taught out who are in there, but in the future serve the state with fewer courses in a certificate program. So I think that is all I have for you today, and I'm happy to take questions now, or Robert, if you'd rather, we could go on to Eric and then take questions all at once, but I'm happy either way.
Up to the chair on the questions. I will just say it was nice. I think Janine illustrated how hard it is for each of the universities in terms of amount of labor each of them spend to collect this data. The expansion of the programs for examination data that we did this year was greatly informed by Janine's work. So we appreciate that. But the thinking of centralizing and being able to pull that and give that to the provost sort of magically for them every year is a great benefit, and we will continue to grow that together where it makes sense. So, if Chair, are there questions, or should we go to Eric?
Yeah, I see a couple of hands. Trustee Eames.
Thank you, Chair. Janine, that was a That was a very good presentation. Thank you. And I don't know if my question, I don't know exactly who my question goes to, but just looking at your slides for the women and gender studies at USM, and then I'm thinking of the Women and Gender Studies program at UMaine, which is very robust and alive. And I was wondering, who is it that actually takes a look at programs at USM that aren't doing so well, programs at UMaine which are doing very, very well as it relates to unified accreditation?
Well, I'll take a stab at that, and then Robert might also want to chime in, or maybe President Cummings. But you know, when I see a program that never draws a lot of majors, it's my responsibility to ask the question why and to be concerned about that. So our Women and Gender Studies is a high credit producer. So it's efficient in terms of credit delivery, but it's not a high major producer. And so I do see that as a challenge. And actually, we just brought on a new leader in that program, and I've asked her, more than asked, I've told her it was a condition of accepting the job, that she would explore other models, including partnering with other women and gender studies programs across the system. So she will be pursuing that work as a result of this. You know, Women and Gender Studies has been on the programs for examination list for, 3 years running, I think, since it began. And I want that program to thrive. And it might thrive better if it were a shared department between multiple institutions. So Lisa, I think it's a great question. I welcome it. And it's definitely my responsibility. It's probably also Robert's responsibility. And, the president is supporting me in finding ways we can deliver that program so that it reaches more students, frankly.
Yeah, I would add, this was precisely the question that the provosts asked of each other about 3 years ago. And I see Eric shaking his head because he was one of, I don't want to say loud voices, but I remember him clearly saying that we have got to figure out a way to strategically manage our academic portfolio. And from that conversation, the first thing we realized is, how do we do it when we don't even have I want to say unified portfolio where all the data is in one place? And then also with the qualitative sort of evaluation from each of the provosts to say what they're planning to do. So that's the whole genesis of, are we going to strengthen, transform, maintain? And now we have this playbook where all the provosts can look and see, okay, they're going in this direction, I'm going in this direction. Here's some weaknesses on my book. Here's some strengths on yours. Now we can begin to have those thoughtful conversations. And I think we're going to start to see that, unfold even more than it has. But that's how we identified, where we brought the French programs together, where education is working more closely together, the nursing program is working more closely together. That in my mind's eye, that's my biggest hope for this whole process.
I just wanted to add, I believe that we are forming now a system-wide meeting in September in which we'll actually kind of do what Trustee Eames has suggested, which is to look with the presidents and the chief academic officers and even our enrollment officers to start to look at a systemic approach to this. So I think a lot of our partnerships, and we're very happy to be top shelf in terms of partnerships, we're very proud of that, but I think that we now need a systemic approach. It's something that we talked about at our last president's meeting, and what we do, and I think Trustee Eames, you captured it, which is let's look at where we're feeling like we do have good credit hour return, as the provost said, but we don't have a lot of majors, which means that it's not as net profitable as it should be. So those are the kind of questions that we want to ask. And if we can line that up with other organizations or other universities throughout the system, I think that's exactly one of the options that we have to try to get as much strength into this as possible.
Thanks. Well, why don't we move it on to Presque Isle, if we could, and take about 20 minutes if we can do it in that time.
Farmington, sir. But yes.
Oh, sorry, Farmington. I'm sorry. Yep. I'm
Yep,
looking at
no
the other.
worries.
Thank you, Mr.
We can have
Davis.
Prescal do it if they want.
I'd say, Ray, if you've got something ready, I will defer to you.
I'm willing to help you, though.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you, Chair Gardner, and appreciate the opportunity here. I will also try to share my screen. And is that showing now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this has been a unique year at UMF in a lot of ways. You see the date unmodified in this particular iteration of the presentation, but I actually left it up there because it's remarkable how much since then has changed on this campus. A lot of the processes this year have been informed, catalyzed by the data that we receive through the programs for examination process. So I'm going to highlight just a few of those areas in the spirit of what Vice Chancellor Placido described at the start, which is kind of a broadening of the way that we're looking at this specific process. And then I wanted to highlight again just a few of the, dig into a few of the specifics. But the first slide here is the inventory. At the start here, 38 bachelor's degree programs, 5 undergraduate certificates, additional graduate certificates, the main mathematics coaching program, and an increasing roster of graduate programs, especially in education. Parenthetically, only one is listed here as new, but in fact, the master's in special education is really just a year and a half out now. And the master's in counseling psychology is also a new program this past year. I'll talk a little bit about that, but actually in the wake of what Janine and Robert and others were just talking about, the master's in counseling psychology here began really in this pandemic year. We brought in a relatively small cohort under what we had projected, of around 8 students. I think that eventually dropped down to 6 students. This coming fall, though, we are looking currently at an incoming cohort of 14 to 16 new full-time graduate students in this Master's in Counseling Psychology program. And I wanted to single it out not just because of this significant enrollment jump, but because during the presidential bus tour recently on the UMF campus, we also highlighted this program. And during the program and afterwards, the chancellor, Robert, others, not just on this program, but specifically here in this case, offered a lot of just great feedback, great idea generation about how to grow and shape this program differently. And it just again hit home for me how critical it is. I mean, the provosts get together twice a month. We exist at that level and do what we do, but the opportunities to bring all of the system folks, high-level administration, the trustees together, I would include it there, of course, is so rare, but is really like a shot of lightning in so many ways. So I just think it underscored for me, again, the more opportunities we have to bring together leadership at those levels to discuss specifically strategic decision-making on the academic side is just crucial. We also, of course, are part of now a fairly long-standing collaboration with UM and USM, offering a master's in instructional technology. That has been a really productive and strong collaboration now for a number of years. The 2 other items on this are really kind of refer back to the strangeness in some ways of how much has changed since this was first conceived. So at UMF this year, I think all of you know, we've been undertaking efforts around a new strategic plan. Even just as recently as March, that was not finalized yet. Some of the glosses here give a sense of trajectory there, expanding our online offerings, growth in other markets. That includes early college adult learners, also includes continuing to expand our graduate offerings, experiential learning. I'll talk a little bit about that later in the presentation, leveraging place, reimagining, reframing the liberal arts for current workforce. Those, for a lot of you, are also going to be fairly familiar initiatives, I think, and directions for our campus over the spread of the last few years. The rather innocuous, inconspicuous last item on here, though, is really radically different. So it's listed here as a potential conversion of the core curriculum from 4 to 3 credits. So in fact, by the end of the spring semester, the academic divisions collectively at UMF and then affirmed by President Cerna have endorsed a move for this campus, this institution, to change its entire curriculum from a base 4 credit to 3 credits. I'll swing back to that again at the end, but the programs for examination process and the data from that is going to be critical as as the faculty, academic divisions work through this. This is a change, though, not just a programmatic change. This is a change right down to the level of individual classes. So the content and the conception, the modality, all of those things at the level of the individual course are going to be put under really the same level of examination that we've instituted in this process at the program level. So it's, I don't want to undersell it. This is a massive undertaking for UMF. It showed up initially here as almost a kind of parenthetical, but this is going to be a dominant part of the discourse around all of our programs for the next year and a half. We're looking at an 18-month or so process to get this up and running. So just a couple of quick snapshots then. I talked already about the growth in our counseling psychology program. You can see our special education program, all of our graduate programs, consistent with, I think, the growth that we saw across the system this past year, were healthy in a state of pretty significant growth. And then we also undertook, and all of this is really interwoven. So the strategic planning that we were doing, the work towards a curriculum reform, the programs for examination process itself embedded in some of that, it's all interwoven. But we had two significant consultations last year as well with Gray Associates. The first one was around program development. It really, in fact, imported a lot of Robert's data. It augmented that with some other studies around workforce demand, student demand, and that sort of thing. But so last spring, the end of last spring's, actually over a year ago now that we undertook that, that helped to establish for us, helped to affirm some of the strategic directions that we were already that already were subtended by the PFE process. Also gave us a chance to look strategically to target some possible areas of growth. That was last spring. Last fall, we also workshopped around program economics. This is just to give you a visual kind of the platform that we were working through. But this, one of the immediate results of this was a curricular efficiency effort that we began really the middle of last fall. It was a work done across all divisions, including graduate studies, using the curricular efficiency data, that is to say, where could we close up class sizes, where could we lose sections, what did it look like in terms of the course cycling for our full-time faculty. And we made a lot of immediate adjustments based on what ended up as a 2-year cycling plan of courses at UMF. You can see the way it broke down here, just in terms of the spring 21 schedule alone. We eliminated 18 class sections. Some of those we probably would have screened in our usual review of courses, but we were more, I would say, assiduous. I think we had some different thresholds. So we realized immediately some pretty significant savings in our part-time overload replacement costs. for that spring. And we are projecting, based on the cycles that the department division chairs provided, we're looking to maintain that over the next several semesters. We, in fact, are on track for this fall. I think we are currently, we've reduced by 17 sections, the initial submission from the chairs. So we've really been bearing down on this. This is something, again, that affects, it goes across all programs. And I think that has been a helpful, I credit Vice Chancellor Placido for really pivoting on this and expanding the sense of what we're doing here with these programs for examination, not just looking to see what can be cut, but just, I think he said this idea, this philosophy really of continuous improvement, working across all programs, whether they're struggling or whether they are surging, and looking for ways to improve. So I've singled out just one here, so not in any sense of totality of what we've been doing program to program, but International and Global Studies is a major that we began offering here at UMF a few years back. We did it without adding new faculty. We essentially affiliated faculty with this major from other disciplines. It was a program, I think partly because it was a little bit in its infancy, but was flagged in the PFE process back in 2019, looking at the 3-year average enrollment, looking at the number of degrees conferred. We felt that this was going to be, and that is borne out, going to be a critical part of UMF's strategic plan going forward. Global competencies, internationalization, providing opportunities, especially to in-state students to have that international experience. And so we were committed to the program, and already I think making some moves to help enrollment. The enrollment did increase through some of the attention given it from the PFE process, increased to 27 students with a few more degree conferrals. It has stabilized around a 3-year running average of 25 students. That's consistent as well with the current year. And just so again, just some of the initiatives though that were catalyzed by this process. An online version of the introductory course was offered last year, really targeting early college students. We're doing that again this summer with the idea and the sense that a lot of students coming out of high school aren't necessarily drawn immediately to an IGS major, may not know much about it. So we're really trying to reach out, get the message out, develop that at a much earlier point for students as an opportunity. We do see a lot of internal transfers when students arrive here as an undeclared major, migrating into this program. But we're starting to see an uptick as well in interest from admissions. And I think part of that is this early college outreach. Of the students enrolled this summer, I think we have close to 20 students enrolled in that one section of that online class. I think around a third of them are actually early college students. We also were active in looking for some external support for the program. So our Associate Dean of Experiential and Global Ed, Linda Beck, was co-PI on a Department of Education grant that was successful this year. That was a $200,000 grant to support virtual global experiences in the classroom. It meant upwards of a dozen UMF classes were linked to international partnering institutions and instructors to collaborate student to student over the course of the spring semester on various activities and projects. We also work to develop a UMS-wide micro-credential in global competencies, and are establishing some other marketing points and elevation of the program in different ways on our campus. So a lot of this was really driven, I think, by the attention given in that initial, when the program was initially flagged. We knew that even if we were projecting it to have some organic growth, a lot of this was catalyzed by identifying a need to accelerate some of that. And then just a few of a select menu of some of the initiatives that we've begun recently here. We are, I think, the only campus in the system that doesn't have, or didn't anyway until this year, a really prominent foot in the door into nursing, which is Janine indicated. If you needed that indicator, is one of the fastest growing and most in need, in demand disciplines in the state. So this fall, for the first time, we will have 7 students currently who are matriculated University of Maine Augusta students in residence at UMF, taking UMF classes for their general education core requirements, and with the idea that they will continue at UMF in that role for 3 to 4 semesters before potentially leaving that residency and continuing the rest of their nursing program more exclusively through Augusta. This was a program that was late in coming. We did very little marketing around it. We wanted to kind of see what interest there would be for students who would otherwise want to come to UMF, but without a nursing degree here, we're going to be matriculating elsewhere. These are 7 students. I know that's a kind of small N, although for our campus, 7 students is still a significant bump. 7 students, though, who probably wouldn't be taking classes here at all, if not for this program. And I think we had projected, in collaboration with UMA, a cohort of around twice that size as our target. And I think for this coming year, with a lot more runway, I'm optimistic we'll be able to come closer to that. But again, it's a unique collaboration and one that is, I think, off to a good start. We also looked at our summer course offerings and our first year offerings in general comprehensively this past year. We knew this was an area that we really wanted to focus on. We've had some successful pilots over the last couple of summers in running what we call first year fusion classes. So we have a requirement in our core curriculum for a first year seminar. And so all first year students coming in at some point take that class. What we've done is back that out a little bit further now so that we have a number of really high impact, highly experiential first year seminars that in fact begin in late summer and carry through into the first semester. Actually they only run now about halfway through the semester, which I could talk about the design a little bit more if there's interest. But this, along with tailoring really more to student demand, what we offer in the summer, what we offer in the winter, which at UMF now are predominantly, in fact, online course offerings. We've moved almost, not quite entirely, but certainly the majority, the vast majority of our offerings in the summer now are in fact online offerings. Really looking to do that more deliberately, rather than taking just faculty sort of idiosyncrasies as one of the drivers for that, trying to meet student demand. That's part of that curricular efficiency work. And the first year fusion initiative is something that I'm very hopeful. I talked about this at the when the presidential bus tour came through UMF, but very hopeful that model will be something that we can work with UMaine and other campuses on under the UMS Transforms initiatives. So that's I think, the end of a brisk run through here. So I'll stop sharing. But I want to just end, I think, with a little bit, again, of a quick sum of this moment for us in this curricular change from 4 to 3 credits. This is something that is certainly going to better position UMF for further collaborations, going to align with and help us align with the priorities of unified accreditation. There are, of course, a lot of mechanical issues with it. You're talking about changing the calendar. You're talking about changing potentially the content, the syllabus, the timing of every single class that we offer here. Not to mention at the program level, opportunities to think about redesign, best practices in the discipline, marketing initiatives, new admissions initiatives, all of that. It's a chance as well to think about how we what we expect of faculty on a campus with our size and our mission in this day and age. how we think about teaching, how we think about research, and how we think about service, and what kind of service is optimal for our campus during this process. So there are over the next year, certainly, and we're going to plunge. We have already a number of academic groups working, at least preliminarily working on this over the summer. There's going to be, I think, a pretty significant plunge at the start of the fall semester to dig in again with every program. So it's an exciting time. There are a lot of opportunities to renovate and innovate and reimagine. But it is it's going to be where our work is cut out for us here for the foreseeable future. So thank you.
And thank you, Eric and Janine. That was great. And I think I started the PFE intro out by saying the last two. Best for last, if you two don't mind. Deb, Fort Kent will do hers in September.
Thank you, Robin. Any questions for Eric? Yes, Trustee Riley.
Thank you. I find these presentations fascinating. And I was wondering, the Global Studies, the IGS program, what is UMS offering in foreign language as a complement to that, and how does foreign language teaching integrate with the IGS, and are there areas for unified accreditation to sort of make that program more robust?
Absolutely, that is one of our target areas. So we currently offer and have full-time faculty backing those offerings in French, in Spanish. We have institutional partners in France and in Spain, elsewhere, to also kind of strengthen those some of the opportunities for students to do exchanges back and forth. We have some other language courses, Chinese, Japanese, that we offer routinely. We don't have full-time faculty devoted to that, but absolutely. I mean, I know world languages, which we also offer, in fact, a degree in now in education to prepare high school teachers for world language instruction in French and Spanish particularly, but there are ways to modulate that for other languages too. World languages for a while now has been a potential spear point for doing exactly what we're talking about at the start here, strategizing collectively as a system around how best to optimize that. It's happened already with Fort Kent and Orono in a couple of ways, but I think yes, that should be one of the the top 5 areas disciplinarily that we look at to try to find some collaboration, some efficiencies. I think there are real opportunities for students to put it together, as well as some of the travel courses that we've been really I think kind of surging on lately. So one of the other ways we've done it is to offer, for instance, we had a travel course to Tanzania a year and a half ago or so, and what we did was we offered a course in Swahili, an immersive course in sort of conversational Swahili, as a 1 credit, 1 week, one-off, just for students really taking that course. Although I think we had a few other folks who were just kind of interested in the development. So I think there are a lot of different ways to do it, and you definitely put your finger on one that could be unpacked.
Thanks. Yes, Trustee Rotundo.
Thank you. Thank you. These presentations are really interesting. I have a question about how you go about deciding which majors to eliminate or not to put as many resources into. I hear you talking about the role of a curriculum efficiency, but I also wonder how you think about, as you're making these decisions, the quality of course content. Because in my lifetime, I've certainly seen majors that are very academically rigorous, and I've seen students avoid those departments because they are more rigorous. And so how do you balance those things? How do you make sure that the pressure on faculty to keep a department doesn't result in grade inflation or watering down of the curriculum or whatever? And I'm not suggesting that's happening, but I'm just curious how you ensure that doesn't happen.
Well, it's a great question. It's a complex question. And a few different ways I might approach an answer there. But one, I was here at UMF when we went from 3 credits to 4 credits. And one of the arguments there is that if we were going to brand ourselves and market ourselves as a public liberal arts college, as an alternative for some students for various reasons, accessibility, others, to some of the private liberal arts colleges in Maine and in the Northeast, that move would be a move towards increased quality in programs. So it's very much at the front of my mind now, and a lot of faculty. How do we maintain that quality, that rigor now as we go in a different direction? So we want to align. We want to open up opportunities, more opportunities for transfer students, facilitate that. The curriculum change is going to, there's no question, is going to allow for some of that. But that really is a lot of the work ahead of us this fall, is to make sure that what we're doing is advantageous. That what we're doing is actually improving upon the models and that we have in place now. And so I think there are a lot of different metrics you can apply to that. I think that putting programs in conversation with one another, with colleagues across the system, but also just asking them to, again, kind of investigate, introspect on best practices, that because we're working at the level of the course now, that every class is going to fall into this in one way or another for every faculty member. It's a great moment to kind of rethink that. What does it mean to bring high quality in? How does that equate with something like time spent in a classroom or time out of a classroom, which is kind of the essence of the currency in credit hour?
Thank you. And I would just add on the technical side that for all programs in the University of Maine system that don't have an external accreditor like nursing or chemistry, what have you, the system has its own academic program review process that requires external validation. So depending on the institution, between every 5 and 7 years, and I think, with technology going so quickly now, that's probably too long a time horizon, but every program on a regular basis writes a self-study, receives its data, writes a self-study, thinks about its future, and then must invite in external review from a peer program somewhere else in the nation. So that helps.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're going to need to move it on unless there's some more questions here. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick one for Janine. The tourism and hospitality program, that came up for discussion when a number of us were in the legislature, and there were people came in from the Restaurant Association and the innkeepers and said, you got to have this program. There'll be a huge demand for it. We need trained people for Maine vacation land. Do you know why it hasn't really taken off as much as some folks had thought it would?
I think there are a variety of reasons for that. One is that we started that program, and this was before I was in my role now, but we started that program with 2 junior faculty members. And I think that they were building a program. They were kind of building the plane as they flew it, as we like to say. And so they were learning the academy and trying to get their academic portfolios in place as they were building an academic program. I also would just say one of the pieces of data that is very difficult for us to get as a system is how many faculty members, FTE equivalent faculty members, are dedicated to each academic program, just because so many of our faculty split their time among a variety of programs. So one of the data points that we need to get a handle on as among the chief academic officers is exactly how many faculty members each program has and how many is too few. So when you have only 2 faculty members in a program, it's very difficult for that program to really build enough of a critical mass to take off and fly. Over the years, we've seen that many students are interested in the business side of tourism and hospitality. And so I just see that as an opportunity to bring more teaching power into tourism and hospitality, and then the program will be able to take off. But I think it's a great question. It's a complex answer, but that program should be huge in the state, and it just hasn't gotten there yet.
Thanks.
Thank you. good, excellent presentations by everyone here and good discussion. It's a topic we could spend more time on, and we probably should in future meetings. It's always good for us to understand all the thinking and the thoughts that go around to how programs are created and managed as they come to go through their life cycle. But we do have still a pretty full agenda to get through the rest of the day today. So I'd like to move us on to a report out for the Finance Administration and Treasury report with Vice Chancellor Lowe, if he's ready for that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And July is typically the smallest report that I do annually, so I'll do what I can to get you back on schedule. Just 2 points I wanted to cover this morning. Talk a little bit about investment returns and talk a little bit about where we are on budget. Both will be brief. As always, the May flash reports for the 3 UMS investment portfolios are included in your board materials. You can get that additional detail. High level, the managed investment pool with a market value of $440 million saw a gain of 1.1% in the month of May. The fiscal year to date return there of a positive 25.9%. So very good returns there. The pension plan with a market value of $25 million saw a gain of 1.1% for May, bringing the fiscal year to date return of 14.8%. And then finally, the operating fund with a market value of $291 million and a much more conservative asset allocation experienced a gain of 0.4% for the month of May. It is up 7.5% for the fiscal year to date through the end of May. Preliminary results for June indicate a positive return of 0.2%, bringing net investment revenue for the fiscal year to date to $22 million, or nearly $19 million over our investment income budget. Happy to report on that. Shifting over to the budget, again, I'll be brief here as I think Jim mentioned in an earlier discussion today. We are in that window where we're closing out one fiscal year and we're just a couple of weeks into another one, and we're just a couple more weeks from starting the next one. So lots of different things in play, and not necessarily all of them finalized yet. We are very early in that year-end process that we go through, but I did want to give the board at least a brief glimpse in how FY21 is looking just a few weeks after we've closed. We'll absolutely be back and reporting on this in much more detail at upcoming FFT and Board of Trustee meetings. But just to take you back, we started off fiscal year 21 forecasting about a $16 million gap. We had then proposed originally way back more than a year ago to resolve that through a series of initiatives and transfers. That gap, as you're aware, steadily grew as we went through the fiscal year. Recall the 3 forecasts that we do in October and in January, and did another one on May 1st. We consistently saw that $16 million gap grow. Ultimately, we were forecasting a deficit nearly $30 million at our May 1st forecast. Thanks to at least 3 infusions of federal resources, some support from the state, some campus resources, some budget reduction initiatives, we proposed a series of initiatives to get that budget back into balance. Excited to report, at least initially, that it does look like that gap will be smaller, potentially substantially smaller, possibly about half of that forecasted gap, and maybe even slightly smaller than the gap where we started. We'll likely continue to make adjustments for a few weeks, so I certainly don't want to celebrate or recommend spending those dollars, but it does look like gaps have shrunk at nearly every campus. We had 7-figure adjustments at Orono and at USM. and other campus improvements as well. I absolutely want to call out the improvements that we had both at Farmington and at Maine Law. Those two campuses have been struggling. They've required system support for a couple of years, yet have consistently done an excellent job of managing, at least within the resources they had, even if it wasn't necessarily all the resources that they wanted. So both of those two campuses saw improvements of more than a $250,000 at their particular campuses. So I do look forward to providing some additional detail on that, first to the FFT committee and then when the board reconvenes. I think everyone is aware for fiscal year 21 and 22, federal resources are absolutely critical in getting us into a position where we could present balanced budgets to you. We required, at least initially, more than $32 million of federal funds to get those budgets back into balance. So I just wanted to remind folks quickly where we are in that process. There are two paths for when we think about how we can spend these federal dollars. You can go one way, and that is, very specific rules on buckets that you can spend those. So we can spend them on costs associated directly with changes to the delivery of instruction, defraying institutional expenses like testing and quarantining, capital expenses associated with the pandemic. So think HVAC systems and things like that. So that's one road. The other side, which gives you much more flexibility, is you show that you have lost revenue as a result of the pandemic. And it's an intricate process that you have to go through to do that. You can't just say we thought we were going to have this many students and we only had this. So clearly that must have been because of the pandemic. It's a little bit more complicated that. But if you can show that you've lost that revenue, then all those restrictions around where you spend those dollars go away. And you can use them, as we have proposed to do, to help us with balancing our budgets. So the DOE, the federal DOE, they did not prescribe a single methodology for calculating lost revenue, but instead gave us various options. Our team, Darla, Miriam, Tracy, others, have been working on those methodologies. We shared at least 3 different versions with the CBOs last week. We have put those out for comment. We're looking at things like, what was our revenues in the prior years before the pandemic? What's our 3-year weighted average? What's our 3-year average? And there are pros and cons to all of those, which is why DOE didn't adopt a single methodology. We do, however, think it's critical that we have a single methodology within UMS and not 7 or 8 different versions. And so we're getting the expert opinions of all of our finance team this week. We'll get those opinions by Thursday. We'll share those with the presidents. And then again, we'll report back on how all of that plays out over the next few months. But that's the big work that we're doing now on the federal finance side. So that concludes my report, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ryan. It's encouraging, very encouraging report. Questions or comments for Ryan? Okay. Thanks. Look forward to hearing where everything shakes out here in September when we get back together. It's good. We'll move now to tab number 5. It's in our action items for the meeting. And what I'd like to do is just say a few words on this particular subject, and then maybe some of the members of the long-range planning team and others may want to add on to it. This particular action item is a request to propose to ask the trustee, the chancellor, to prepare and submit to the board a new strategic plan for the University of Maine system. The last one was done way back in, I think it was 2004. We know there's a lot's changed. There's been numerous initiatives done with the trustees around bringing that 2004 plan up to date, but the last one was, I believe, was 2018. And so the resolution that we'll go over here in a few minutes really talks about the charge to the system and via the chancellor to really set up a team and work with the board to drive a process where we will have in front of us at some point here in the near future a 5-year vision and a strategic plan for the whole system, which is becoming more and more evident that as the world has changed and things are changing, that we do need to do that update and get that in front of us. So with that, I want to thank, there was a lot of people involved with this work over the last year as we gave this some thought and figured out what were the important elements that we needed to think about in our plans. And so this charge is laid out in that way, but I would ask if Trustee Irwin or Trustee Riley would have anything they want to add, and Trustee Donnelly, who's not able to be with us so far today, he would also have something to add to it, but I'll turn it over to them if they do. Go ahead, Jim. Or Trish, go ahead.
It's Jim's baby. I yield to Jim.
Okay.
Well, it's good that you put it in those terms, Trish, because it sometimes it did feel a bit like that. But I want to say I think this is a really important moment for the board and for the university system to get to this point. The system has done strategic plans before, as the chair indicated, and indeed it's required by a board policy 301 that we do them periodically. There's something about this one that's different in my estimation because of the context in which it will occur. The things that we've gone through in the last 6 or 8 years, kind of accelerating even more concentrated change and challenges in the last 3 or 4 years that make this different. And we all know what the challenges are, but I sort of want to contextualize this in 2 ways. One is that we are in a time of great challenge. I'm not going to list all the challenges. Everybody is familiar with them. They haven't gotten any easier aside from this temporary infusion of federal money on account of COVID, which of course really only plugged holes created by COVID. So, as we get beyond that, we are still in the position of having very significant challenges, both internally created and externally created, that we have got to deal with. But at the same time that it's a time of great challenge, it's also a time of great opportunity for the University of Maine system. And I think that ought to be the kind of the guiding star for this exercise. This is really a time of great opportunity. We have an emerging digital economy that Maine has got every reason to become part of and to become a major player in to the full extent of its talents, which I think are considerable both in the university system and in our population. We have a grant from the Harold Alfond Foundation that comes at an incredibly important time for us to advance strategically critical areas of knowledge and innovation and student success. We have strong leadership at the system and campus levels that is already pursuing a number of strategic initiatives that the state needs. We have a 10-year economic plan from the state that helps us to find our place in driving the state's economy forward. And I think we made a very good decision by pursuing unified accreditation as a preliminary step to pursuing a full-fledged strategic plan, because we now have in place that critical tool to foster collaboration, efficiency, and access across all of our campuses in ways that were just not going to be possible without it. So we have all of that, but what we lack is a clear articulation of a vision of goals that, when realized, will achieve that vision, and then of specific strategies that focus on measurable outcomes so that we are all being held accountable to what we say we need to achieve for the state. So I think what we see in this declaration, I'll just speak quickly about that. We see really three things that I want everyone, not just obviously the board who's all read this, and leadership, but also I want the public to be aware of. This declaration, first of all, it requires a process leading to the creation of a strategic plan. It establishes a very few parameters for that plan. And then it recommends consideration of a wide range of information by the system in implementing a process to develop that plan. But what the plan looks like is going to be it's not going to be driven by the board. What the plan looks like will be driven by the stakeholders across the University of Maine system and stakeholders outside the University of Maine system that are really important partners of ours in the public higher education sphere. So I'm talking about employers, I'm talking about civic leaders, I'm talking about nonprofits, I'm talking about organizations and cohorts of people around the state that all depend on the University of Maine system to be successful. So this will be a system plan, not a board plan. And I think it's very exciting that we're at this time when we have all these pieces that have lined up to allow us to be very successful. And I want to thank the Chancellor. I want to thank Vice Chancellor Phelan in particular for his work and with me in crafting this resolution that finds the right balance, we think, amongst lots of competing interests and tensions as you try to go forward with an undertaking like this. And I have great confidence it's going to lead to a successful plan and also a successfully implemented plan. So thanks to everyone who's done this, and particular thanks to Trustee Riley, Trustee Donnelly, and Chair Gardner for working with me on this.
Thank you, Trustee Irwin. Trustee Riley?
Thank you. I thought the earlier discussion that we had on programs for examination was an ideal elucidation of why this plan is important. And I thought the conversation that Peggy launched, reminds us that the question before us is what is a high quality, affordable public institution for the future? Where are we headed? How do we get there? More isn't better, and how do we do what we can do and what we can afford? And I thought Janine's the provision in the USM plan about identifying programs of distinction was an intriguing one, and it would be great if each campus could identify those programs of distinction so we could build strengths where they exist, we can collaborate where appropriate, and we can make sure that if there's redundancy, it's essential redundancy and not just costly redundancy. And I think all of those are big questions. But I think what we just saw was the importance of building this together. And historically, I think there's been a way, we frequently talk about the system and the campuses. And in fact, we are a system of campuses. So this activity needs to engage those campuses together to think about ways in which those campus plans, the strategic plan for all of them as acting as a system, answers for us the question of what is the best we can do at the highest quality and the lowest cost to meet the needs of Maine and to educate Maine people for an increasingly global world. And it's a very large challenge, and I think the threat before us is that we get a tome and not a working document, and I'm confident that we can get that working document. And I think it's fundamentally important, and the discussions going on in each campus gives me great encouragement that we can together craft a system plan that really makes terrific sense for the future for the state. I still worry that we as a board, as this process goes on, and it needs to be a publicly and widely engaged process, so it needs to take the time. In the shorthand, we all as a board need to think about a means to make decisions and set priorities. We see things bit by bit. Each meeting we see some new proposal. Each one on its own has merit and is compelling. But how do we as a board decide that what we see today and what we see among them, do we say yes to everything? How do we make decisions about what passes muster and where we invest given our limited resources? So I think there's still some work we need to do as a board to help us set priorities in making decisions. But I'm encouraged that this strategic planning program can build on all the great work we saw before and programs of examination and the campus's own planning.
Thank you, Trustee Riley. Other comments or points by anyone? I don't see any more hands.
Chair?
Yes.
But I just, I don't want the moment to pass without saying that this is a step, an initial step towards the production of such a document. It's going to be a lot of work. It's going to require many hands and all voices having the opportunity to be heard across the entirety of the system. The document itself does reference the ability to bring in consultants, which is important. I will fill out some of the verbiage with respect to how we move forward before the September meeting. But I want to be very clear that there is nothing that's been determined other than the fact that we are a system, that we have gone for a long period of time without a course being formalized in accordance with normal practice. But anything that's produced has to be fully vetted with the public. And that means our staff, our faculty, our students, and the state that we serve, and the business community that we serve. So there's a long way to go. And this will, in fact, be playing itself out at the same time that our NECHI work is done with respect to our permanent accreditation as a system. So just as the last 2 years have been jam-packed with exciting things to do, the next 2 or 3 years itself with all that we have to do, including really maximizing the benefit of unified accreditation needs to take place. And this is an important step in furtherance of that.
Thank you, Chancellor. Well said. Okay. It's a rather lengthy resolution, but it is a very critically important one. So I will read the resolution. I'll be as brief as I can, but I will read through it and then we'll put it up for a motion. The text of the proposed resolution is that the University of Maine System Board of Trustees directs the Chancellor to prepare and submit for board approval a new strategic plan for the University of Maine System that articulates a financially sustainable 5-year vision for University of Maine System, sets clear priorities with measurable outcomes, and identifies the primary strategies that will achieve those outcomes. There is a list of parameters that should guide the strategic planning work pursuant to the charge. First one is a strategic planning process, which we've talked about. As soon as reasonably practical after receiving this charge, and if possible, at the board's regular September 2021 meeting, the Chancellor will present to the board a recommended process and timeline for the preparation of the system strategic plan that fully satisfies all components of this charge. Item 2 is the plan should be developed by the Chancellor in close collaboration with the university presidents, the Maine Law Dean, and with broad input from all stakeholders on all campuses and representatives of Maine employers and professional associations and political and community leaders in accordance with the higher education public policy of the state of Maine set forth in statute. The University of Maine System mission as set forth in Board Policy 301.1 and in Board Policy 301 and its associated APL-X-A, and the other relevant board policies such as those governing shared governance, academic freedom, and freedom of speech. Item 3 is the board acknowledges that individual universities have strategic plans at various stages of development or implementation, and that the university's strategic plans play a fundamental role in university level budgeting, building, priority setting, and university presidential leadership and accountability. The strategic plan developed for the system should guide and incentivize the universities to act together in strategic coordination to refine, align, fulfill their individual missions in a way that support and advance the system's missions and strategic plans. And 4, the strategic plan content considerations. The draft strategic plan should include the following: a vision for the University of Maine System in 5 years, a reasonable number of measurable outcomes or goals that reflect the highest priorities for the University of Maine system during the period of strategic plan. C, 2 to 4 major system-wide strategies for each goal that build on the existing university and system initiatives where possible and when possible. Update, under D, update the key performance indicators as needed and measure progress toward the achievement of the goals and provide objective means of accountability from the board, the chancellor, the system, and the university leaderships in the University of Maine strategic plan. Item 5 is the board role, is to review the chancellor's proposed process timelines for strategic plan development and to monitor the process plan development by regular reports from the University of Maine system leaders to appropriate board committees and to the board as a whole at its regularly scheduled meetings. Item B under that is to participate in input gathering stage of the strategic plan development and process to ensure that the board members' perspectives on vision and strategic priorities for the governance of the system and achievements of its missions and primary considerations to be reflected in the strategic plan. And C, to receive for its consideration a summary of all stakeholders and public input on draft strategic plan and to conduct such additional meetings as deemed necessary to fully consider all such input and discuss proposed plan before acting to adopt the plan. And D, to review, consider for approval, and adopt strategic plan at a regularly scheduled public meeting. The board otherwise defers to the chancellor regarding the process and the content of the draft plan. And last point, 6 is a consulting assistant. The board strongly supports the engagement of an outside resource and deployment of such internal staff and resources as may be necessary to support, advise, and assist the chancellor with the planning and process and the development of this plan. Could I have a motion to accept this resolution? Trustee Irwin.
I will gladly move the adoption of the resolution.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Trustee Mishu seconds it. Any more further discussion? Seeing none, Ellen, could you take a roll call vote?
Certainly. Trustee Bartholomew.
Yes.
Trustee Kane.
Yes.
Trustee Doak.
Yes.
Trustee Dobson.
Yes.
Trustee Ames.
Yes.
Trustee Irwin.
Yes.
Trustee Gardner.
Yes.
Trustee Cates.
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Yes.
Trustee McMahon.
Yes.
Trustee Mishu.
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. The start of a big journey for a lot of us, all of us. Our next action item is tab 6, which is a confirmation of the Board of Visitors appointments. Is there any discussion on this topic from anyone? We've covered it. We know who they are. So I will read the resolution, which is that the Board of Trustees confirms the Board of Visitors appointments for 2021 and 2022 as presented. Can I have a motion to move on?
So moved.
Thank you,
Second.
Trustee Eames. Any seconds?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Doakes. Ellen, could you take a vote? Roll call vote for that?
Certainly. Trustee Bartholomew.
Yes.
Trustee Kane. Yes. Trustee Doak.
Yes.
Trustee Dobson.
Yes.
Trustee Ames.
Yes.
Trustee Irwin.
Yes.
Trustee Gardner.
Yes.
Trustee Cates.
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Yes.
Trustee McMahon.
Yes.
Trustee Mishu.
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. Tab 7 is the proposed change to the Board of Trustees Policy 501. It's on Student Conduct Code. And I believe I'm going to turn this over for discussion with Rosa Redonda. Is that correct?
I just wanted to quickly intro it, sir, if you don't mind.
Yes, please do.
Just wanted to thank Jim Phelan and his team led by Laurel Heil and other legal staff and Rosa and her team and Donna Seppi specifically for bringing this all together. This is a really, and actually the board's engagement on this and your advice and counsel has been great. This document is very important to us and it's super complicated. So I appreciate everybody's eyes on it. I think there are a few folks who want to fine tune it continuously, and we will look to do that over the next year, but we are looking for your approval today because there are some regulatory items that need to be in place by fall. So I will kick it over to Rosa. Tell us more.
It's riveting. Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor Placido. The revisions that you're going to learn about today are so important from the perspective of risk and clarity for all the participants in the process, as Dr. Placido mentioned. While there are elements of the code that do not satisfy everyone, our hope is that we, as he said, can move this version along and over the course of the next year, engage in dialogue with trustees and others specific to due process and the intersection between the code and policy 402. It's always important to remember that there is policy 501, which is the student conduct code, which you're reviewing today, and a separate policy related to, in shorthand terms, those Title IX issues, which are very specific to policy 402. Very separate policies that do intersect and then diverge. Today, we're going to review for you the major adjustments within the code since the first read, which include insights gained via a DAI review, additional insights from external counsel, and small adjustments from the student conduct officers. Additionally, legal counsel discovered small edits in language alignments that were needed. These are included within the separate redline document within your materials dated July 9. Laurel Heil will touch on this a bit in her upcoming presentation. I do want to briefly introduce some key individuals who have been instrumental. Dr. Placido mentioned one, Donna Seppi, who is the Director of Student Success Initiatives within the University of Maine system. Laura Rodas, Associate Dean of Students at UMA, and she was the chair of the review committee. And Laurel Heil, obviously, the Deputy General Counsel and Chief Compliance Officer at UMS. And all are available today to answer questions. Today does represent the second read of the Student Conduct Code, and to lead you through the critical changes, I'm going to hand things over to Laurel.
Thanks, Rosa, and thanks to everybody who has helped in the review of this. I'd like to acknowledge Eamon Purinton, who's recently joined our office as Assistant General Counsel, and he is working on this document and will continue to work on this with the Conduct Officers Group going forward in a way similar to what Sarah Mlarnchek did historically in our office. So I just want to acknowledge the work that he's done on this. Just in the short time he's been here, I think has made a lot of valuable contributions. Really, between the last reading of this and the current reading, most of the changes have been things really to just clean up, if you will, the edits. So there was some feedback from the DEI group that, for instance, there was, we had the word sober in the reasonable person definition. There was some discussion from the DEI group that sober was felt to have negative connotations in certain groups. And so we reverted to the definition of reasonable person that had existed in the code historically. So things like that. There's some consistency of terms you'll see throughout. There's some places where the terms campus and university weren't used consistently. So we changed that for consistency. There were some flow issues related to just how well did the document flow. So for instance, conflicts of interest was situated in one part of the code, and we just moved it to another part of the code where it seemed to flow better. There were also some just final drafting inconsistencies, right? For instance, when you look at the section of the code that talks about what types of things go to what type of hearing format, and talked about, what the hearing board hears Later in the document, there was some reference within the conduct officer hearing about things that are only heard by hearing board. So we fixed that, those kind of things. Those are really the type of edits by and large that were made between the last read and this read today. I will just flesh out again, as Rosa indicated, that there are some ongoing discussions that are going to continue throughout the year ahead and going forward about a variety of matters within the code. But if anyone has questions or concerns or wants to discuss this further, I'm happy to.
Any questions?
Yep. Any questions from anyone? Trustee Earl.
Yeah, just a quick comment. You know, this is a very challenging area for higher education, and particularly I'm referring now to the Title IX sexual assault area that is encompassed here. You know, we had under the Obama administration, we had one view of this. There were changes through in a final rule making under the Trump administration, driven by concerns about due process. Now we're back in the Biden administration, where some of the personnel from the Obama administration is now back or going to be in charge at the Office of Civil Rights in the Department of Education. So the pendulum is likely to start to swing back that way. So if you're an administrator in this area, it's very difficult to get sort of a consistent vision of what you need to do to be compliant at the same time that you are also making sure you're protecting the rights of all of the various students involved in all of this. This is just not easy stuff. And I want to thank the folks who have been working on this and recognize how challenging this is. And in my remaining time on the board, I look forward to hopefully contributing to trying to find a kind of a pathway through the pendulum as it goes across the path we're trying to be on, so that we stay kind of centered in an area where we can be providing what we need to provide in the way of due process to students, protecting everyone's rights, and not having to change this policy every time there's an election, because I think it's really challenging for the system, for the universities, for the administrators. It's also very challenging for students who don't know what the rules are from one four-year period to the next. So hopefully we'll be able to find some, a way through that will sort of survive the test of time.
Thank you for saying that. I could not have said it any better myself. We really appreciate that.
Trustee Case?
Thank you. Well, I agree with what Rosa just said. Jim just really summed it up. And thanks to everybody who's worked so hard on this. I know that there has been some concern among a number of us that perhaps there wasn't enough due process protection in that certain range of cases for respondents who had been accused of some sort of sexual misconduct. There's no right answer here. And as Jim said, the pendulum swings back and forth. But in response to those concerns, there is going to be a working group that's going to be taking a look at those due process issues starting next month. So we're going to be doing it right away, with the idea that perhaps this document, which has changed over time, may change once again, specifically on the issue of due process. Really looking forward to that. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Cates. That's good points. Trustee Doak.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm going to reiterate what Jim said too. I think it's very important because in my field of work, it seems like every time there's a change, it's like we've been doing something wrong all along, and we've been doing our best all along to make it safe for all students and all staff in our system. So I think that it's a sense of education. The more education we can give on these topics, the better off we are. And I think you got a great start, Rosa, and your group did a great job. So thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Trustee Doak. Others? All right. Seeing no more comments or questions, I'll read the text of the resolution. that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee and approves the proposed changes to the Board of Trustee Policy 501, Student Conduct Code, to go into effect August 1st of 2021. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Doak. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Eames. Ellen, could you take a roll call vote, please?
Certainly. Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. Now we move to tab number 8, confirmation of the faculty representatives to the Board of Trustees. We have one faculty member who is, I believe, returning. And we want to thank him for doing that. That's Patrick Cheek of the University of Maine, Augusta. And then we have Matthew Bampton of University of Southern Maine, who will be appointed for a 1-year term. Both of their terms will go from July of 2021 to July of 2022. What I'd like to do is read the resolution here, and that is that the Board of Trustees approves the appointment of the faculty representative to the Board of Trustees as presented. Could we move on that?
Moved.
Moved by Trustee Doak. Second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Rotundo. Could we take a vote on this, Ellen, please?
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. Just one point on this, what we just approved. I look forward to, and I know a lot of the trustees, all the trustees do, look forward to potentially getting back to in-person meetings. Hopefully by September that will work out that way, and that would give us an opportunity to spend some time engaging and talking with the faculty reps, which we were able to do back when we were in doing the in-person meetings. So hopefully that plays out this in September as we move forward. Thank you. Now we come to tab 9, which is the adaptive reuse of Coburn and Holmes halls on the University of Maine campus. And I believe I'm going to turn this over to the Vice Chancellor and President Ferendi Monday for some information on this.
Thank you, Chair Gardner, and good afternoon, everybody. We are delighted to be able to bring you an update as well as a proposed resolution concerning the adaptive reuse of 2 of our historic buildings on the University of Maine campus, Coburn and Holmes Hall. And I will turn this to Jake Ward, Vice President for Innovation and Economic Development at the University of Maine.
Thank you, President Ferendi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. This afternoon, I'd like to give you an update on the adaptive reuse of historic Coburn and Holmes Hall. As you can see from this slide, if my screen is being shared, these are 2 of the oldest buildings on campus, beautiful architecture, but are subject to deferred maintenance, and our plan to move forward is to enter into a public-private partnership for the historic reuse. We've come to the board several times with updates, and this is our latest steps. Coburn and Holmes Halls are designated historic buildings on the University campus, which means that we cannot take them down. They have not been used actively for academic programming since the early 2000s, and most recently completely vacant since 2009. Both are in need of significant investment, and both show up on our sightlines documents as beyond their useful life and renovation age. Both buildings have not only deferred maintenance, but cost to totally renovate to make a actual use is in the $10 to $12 million range. And those studies that were looked at that were a little over 10 years old. And currently we do some minimal maintenance, 100,000 annually. In October 2019, UMaine and University of Maine System engaged Brailsford and Dunleavy as a P3 consultant to look at the potential for adaptive reuse. The B&D team worked with an internal core team between the University of Maine and University of Maine System to establish goals of what would be uses and that could be beneficial to the campus community, but also made sense for private investment. And the initial assessment was completed in May of 2020, a little over a year ago. The assessment showed that two market segments that would both be attractive to private investment, take advantage of historic property uses, and consistent with what the University of Maine might be looking for, resulted in the feasibility of either office space or hospitality. The structure of that type of application would be able to use historic federal tax credit programs, both federal and state level, I should say, as well as other tax credits, if indeed a private partner could make that development. We included work in looking at risk transfer, looked at the financing structure, that the best path forward was a private equity transaction, reduce the risk to UMaine, achieves the strategic outcomes for adaptive reuse. It's economically viable because of the tax credits, will leverage private investment and achieve a valuable new asset for the campus community, and makes that property now a taxable property for the town of Warwick. So the next steps include using an RFQ to identify market industry and following up with an RFP for an award. The procurement process was run by the University of Maine System, the Office of Procurement, great team over there, using a request for qualification as a first step, which was posted publicly in October of 2020. Interested parties were invited to a pre-bid Zoom meeting, which we went through the details of the properties and the potential uses, and then 4 responses were received for the deadline, and that was a response to the RFQ. The names of those properties are there. All 4 developers, based on the teams that they had put forward in their suggested ideas, were deemed qualified under the RFQ process and were invited to respond to the RFP. The request for proposals was posted in December of 2020. 3 out of the 4 qualified respondents submitted proposals for boutique hotels. The UMS and UMaine core team held interviews in February, and in March evaluated and scored proposals, and in April determined that the proposal by the Radnor Property Group was the one that had the best proposal according to the criteria established in the RFP. The Radnor Property Group's proposal was indeed for hospitality and boutique. This is the sort of a rendering of the layout. You can see Coburn Hall at the top of the page, Holmes Hall in the center, and a proposed addition to Holmes Hall that would fill in the need to get to 87 rooms, which is the number that is deemed economically viable for their proposal. The design engineering, these are just the first draft of rendering, have not been completed at this time. Radnor's partners for this project include several, Radnor themselves is from Pennsylvania, but their project team includes architects from Portland, construction companies from Maine, historic advisors for the historic tax credits, and Maine Course Hospitality Group would be the operator of the property. Also, Radnor has quite a bit of experience with similar P3 historic redevelopment projects at other university and communities. So they have a deep bench and an ability to work on these types of projects. In June, the University of Maine signed a non-binding term sheet with Radnor that outlines the terms to be included in definitive agreements, that the properties would be leased to the Radnor Property Group for a 99-year lease for the construction and management of an 87-year boutique hotel. If Radnor opts to sell the asset, we have the first right of refusal to purchase it. The asset shall be returned to the University of Maine system after 99 years in first-class condition. And then we will have the option to buy out the project at 75 years. And the parties additionally will be working at additional buyout times that will be identified in the definitive agreement. This, with that transaction, Radnor will bring a combined $17.2 million in total investment. That's their estimated budget right now, for tax credits to the project. It does assume that the project is awarded in a $1.7 million in new market tax credit. If the project is not awarded new market tax credits, the UN would have to fund the $1.7 million. The new market tax credit allotments by the federal government don't happen until August, so the availability of those tax credits is not yet been determined. In addition, UMA is asked to guarantee if the project does not achieve underwritten net operating income, that we will fund any gap up to a cap of $450,000 in the first year. The guarantee is an annual based on basically the number of rooms sold and whether net operating income meets the underwritten basis. The guarantee will cease to be in effect after 25 years. The benefits, this is a private company running the business and investing in domain. The properties are transferred to a private company for that, and they will be paying property tax. And they will be competing in the marketplace. We have two beautiful historic buildings that we really will not use. We have no other plans to use it. We could not justify raising that and to use it based on their size and shape to meet current academic program needs. It will be, to the best of our knowledge and recollection, the first on-campus hotel for any campus. It will provide quality on-campus accommodations for people visiting the university for all sorts of programs, opening up the doors to do more conferences and workshops, seminar series, as well as guests associated with visitors to campus, students and parents, athletics, and entertainment. There should be premier accommodations run by a first-class operator. In addition to the terms we've laid out, there are additional revenue streams from the project. An annual lease payment, $30,000, which increases 5% for every 5 years. We will also be providing, University and Auxiliary Services will be providing catering to support the hotel. And then there is an upside to revenue sharing as the projected net operating income is exceeded. Our next steps, we're seeking the Board of Trustees approval to continue the due diligence and drafting definitive agreements. Radnor will be completing due diligence simultaneously while coming to terms on the ground lease. Come to terms with Radnor and Main Course Hospitality on a cooperation agreement, how we're going to run and operate this. We'll be monitoring the design process and looking at the funding so that we can, as we come forward with definitive agreements, we'll come back and seek Board of Trustees final approval to move forward. We're hoping that will be in the September timeframe, depending on the due diligence and how that works out. The project is hoped to achieve financial close before the end of 2021, monitor the construction process, and ultimately open the doors ahead of commencement in May of 2023. The additional due diligence that is going on right now is a market study to look at the size and types of rooms that typically would be sold within and around the university community, the due diligence on the historic tax credits, as well as the new market tax credits, and other studies looking at environmental assessment, other types of compliance related issues. I believe that's the details that we have available for you today. And thank you for listening, and hopefully move forward with supporting the next phase of this. It's a pretty exciting project, and it's been a long time coming. Thanks.
Thank you, Jake. Can we go back to the full screen now? So, yeah, there we go. Any questions or discussion items for Vice Chancellor and President Rooney Mundy or Jake on this project?
Chair Gardner, maybe
Yes,
just
go
one.
ahead.
And I'm not in the subcommittee on FFT, but I assume we can provide some input into the design and remodel to ensure kind of alignment with current campus look and feel or environment.
Yeah, that is correct. We have full input on that, and it has to meet the quality and standards, both for historic preservation and consistency with the university.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Hey,
Trustee Gaines.
thank you. The FFT community may be tired of me talking about this, but I will just say it for the interest of the public session. I think this is a really exciting project. I worked in Holmes Hall. It was my office for over a decade when I worked on campus. It is in desperate need of a renovation, and I cannot tell you how many times I showed up to work thinking this building needs to be something greater than just left behind. It is full of history. It is full of beauty. It will be amazing, and I think it will be a really important asset to the university and, quite frankly, to the region to bring people to campus. We are constantly, trying to bring more people to the area for important things, and to bring them on campus in this way to these very special historic buildings in this innovative way will be very exciting. So I just couldn't help it. I had to say it one more time.
Thank you, Emily. It's good. I would agree. I think it's an exciting proposal and got a lot of potential. It's great to see the thinking on how do we do something with some of these buildings that have been sitting for so long and have so much potential, particularly under a 3P arrangement. So exciting times. Why don't I read the resolution and then we'll see if we can move it to. The resolution of this item is that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system, acting through the University of Maine, to continue the due diligence toward a public-private partnership through a 99-year ground lease and a definitive agreement with the Radnor Property Group, LLC, for the building redevelopment of Coburn Hall and Holmes Hall, along with a 24,800 square foot addition to Holmes Hall, but subject before final approval to the normal capital spending thresholds established by the trustees, and further subject to review of updated terms and conditions by the committee at a September 15th, 2021 meeting and other future meetings as circumstances warrant. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Kane. Any second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Mishu. I heard. Ellen, could you take a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Bartholomew.
Yes.
Trustee Kane. Trustee Kane.
Yes.
Trustee Doak.
Yes.
Trustee Dobson.
Yes.
Trustee Ames.
Yes.
Trustee Irwin. Trustee Gardner.
Yes.
Trustee Cates.
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Yes.
Trustee McMahon.
Yes.
Trustee Mishu.
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thanks, everyone. We're now at tab 10, and this is kind of a bittersweet point, but we want to recognize Becky White for all that she's done for us and for the system over the years that she's been involved. And we do have a resolution for her. I'd like to read that first, and then we can maybe take some comments afterwards. And the resolution is that the Board of Trustees approves the following resolution to express appreciation to Rebecca White for her leadership and dedication to the University of Maine system. whereas Rebecca M. White, also known as Becky White, has served as the president of the University of Maine at Augusta since July of 2017. And whereas Dr. White joined the University of Maine system as Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration and Treasurer, she also served as an interim president of the University of Maine at Augusta in 2015 through 2016. Whereas Vice Chancellor White has her major focus of work was the long-term financial stability of the Maine public university system and the system-wide reforms in the areas of human resource, information technology, strategic procurement, and facilities management to improve efficiencies and effectiveness. It was her energy and can-do attitude that was instrumental in the success of these efforts. Whereas Dr. White has focused her presidency on improving student outcomes, enhancing academic programs, offerings, and building community and fostering a culture of inclusion. She oversaw the first student residential experience at the University of Maine Augusta and has established the first master's level program at the University of Maine Augusta in cybersecurity. She also serves as an adjunct faculty for the public administration program at the University of Maine Augusta and has taught for the Muskie School of Public Service at the University of Southern Maine. Whereas Dr. White, as Vice Chancellor, has made extreme sacrifices on her own personal time to acquire a doctorate in higher education management from the University of Pennsylvania. She also holds a master's in public administration and a bachelor's of art in public science from the University of Maine. Whereas Dr. White has been a dedicated public service and caring higher education leader who has always put the interests of her students, faculty, and staff first. She has been a trusted mentor for many of the University of Maine system colleagues. And whereas Dr. White will complete her service as the president of University of Maine Augusta at the end of the summer to return to state government to run the Maine state retirement system and the management of over $16 billion in retiree invested employee money. Maybe we should call her the $16 billion woman. And whereas, and now therefore, it be to be known to all that we, the University of Maine Board System of Trustees, offer our most sincere gratitude and thanks and best wishes to Rebecca White for her outstanding contributions to the quality of higher education in Maine. Approved on this date, the 26th of July, 2021, by the University of Maine System Board of Trustees and acting stewards of the Maine public universities and their nearly 30,000 students, 5,000 employees, and more than 200,000 living alone. Could I have a motion to accept this resolution?
So moved.
Moved by,
Second.
moved by Trustee Riley and seconded by Trustee Cates. Ellen, could you, well, is there any further comments and discussion that we'd like to say before we take a vote? Trustee Rodondo.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Gardner. I just want to join with others in thanking President White and wishing her well. I first got to know her well when she became the DAFS commissioner under Governor Baldacci, and I soon learned how enormously capable and caring and wise she was. And since then, I've watched her exhibit those same qualities in a series of other important positions she's held. I know she will bring the same level of expertise and dedication to her new role as the CEO of Maine PERS. And I just want to thank you, Becky, for your service to the University of Maine system and to your continuing service to the people of Maine.
Thank you, Trustee Rondo. Trustee Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm relatively new to the board, but I'm not at all new to Augusta. I've spent most of my life here. So I know the great respect that so many members of this community have for Becky White, primarily because of her 2 terms as president, one as interim and now as president. You know, UMA is a unique university with a unique mission, and I think of all the universities, it takes a unique person to be able to run that place. And she's done it well. She's done it incredibly well twice. You know, good luck to you, Becky, in that new challenge, and good luck explaining the intricacies of the main PERS system to legislators. I'm sure you'll do beautifully at it, and just best of luck and with everything going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I would just add, Becky, I've known you, I didn't know you obviously prior to becoming a trustee, but always been very impressed and in awe of some of the, not of some of all of the things that you have done for the system. You're leaving, wherever you go, you leave it in better condition than you took over. And I think, you know, I don't think they could have picked a better person to lead the pension system, which is a huge, huge job, I'm sure. And I'm sure you're going to do very well with it, and we're going to miss you. So thank you for all your time and dedication.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I want to just add this is actually, I think, the second or third time I've been to a sending Becky off to her next big job party. I can say that when I became a member of the legislature, I was 24 years old, and the first time I attended an appropriations committee hearing and watched her as commissioner just own it in front of a very tough committee, it made me want to be on that committee so I could learn from her and work with her even more closely. And she has a tendency to teach as she speaks and to help you understand extraordinarily complex things, and actually make you feel like you do understand them in a way that no one else really can. And also has a great way of, when you ask the question one more time, providing you an answer in a new way, even if it's the same thing, and not at all getting annoyed along the way. And no one has the patience of Becky when it comes to explaining complicated things, and no one has done more in our state in so many ways and roles to help further our state's prosperity financially. And I'm very excited for the PERS system to have her at the helm, and just looking forward to continuing to learn from her as she takes on this next role. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee King. All right, Ellen, could you take a vote for us?
Certainly. Trustee Bartholomew.
Yes.
Trustee King.
Yes.
Trustee Doak.
Yes.
Trustee Dobson. Trustee Dobson.
Unmute.
Yes.
Trustee Ames.
Yes.
Trustee Gardner.
Yes.
Trustee Cates.
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Yes.
Trustee McMahon.
Yes.
Trustee Mishu.
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
And Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. We do have a plaque, Becky, for you, and virtually it's hard to do, but I think Ellen will get it to you as soon as we can. Do you I asked you if you had any parting comments for us? You certainly are welcome to.
Thank you, Chair Gardner. Let me just say it has been an honor to serve this board and the many people who have come and gone on it, to serve 3 chancellors, including you, Chancellor Malloy, to work alongside some wonderful presidents and system staff, not only on the President's Council, but also across the system over the years, and also to work with the many, many wonderful people at the University of Maine at Augusta. So thank you very much.
Best of luck, and I don't think you'll need much luck, but congratulations on your new role. Our next item is the consent agenda, and you may have noticed the vice chair has been tied up today, so I'm going to, unless has he joined, Ellen? No, he hasn't. He hasn't been able to. Okay.
No, he's tied up with the Bangor Savings Bank board meeting.
Yeah. So I will move the acceptance of minutes. I'll move the resolution as presented under this topic, and that is that the following board minutes be approved at this meeting, and the board committee meeting minutes were the May 5th the FFT committee, the May 17th investment committee, the May 17th audit committee, May 24th Board of Trustees meeting, the June 14th FFT meeting, the June 25th. We had special board trustees meetings minutes, the July 12th Academic Student Affairs, the July 12th Human Resource and Labor Relations, and the July 15th FFT committee meetings. So I'll move that those minutes be approved as presented under the tab 11. Could I have a second on it?
Second, Glenn Bartholomew.
Yep. Thank you, Trustee Bartholomew. Ellen, could we take a vote on this?
Certainly. Trustee Bartholomew.
Yes.
Trustee Kane.
Yes.
Trustee Doak.
Yes.
Trustee Dobson. Trustee Dobson. Trustee Ames.
Yes.
Trustee Gardner.
Yes.
Trustee Cates.
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Yes.
Trustee McMahon.
Yes.
Trustee Mishu.
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Ellen, I think Trustee Dobson unmuted herself and wanted to vote.
Trustee Dobson.
I did, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. That brings us to our last item for this meeting, which is tab 12. And this is Unified Accreditation update. And Chancellor, I think it's, do you want to kick it off, or do you want me to go right to the Vice Chancellor of St. John? You're on mute.
I'll turn it over to him very quickly. I just want to say that Jeff has done exceedingly powerful work with respect to unified accreditation and our relationship with the NECI, as well as their initial visit and preparatory to their longer visit next year. So I just want to say that we're very thankful to have him as a member of the team. That's the good part. The bad part is I may have to get off, and I don't want Jeff to be offended, but I am scheduled to participate in a National Academy Science, Engineering, and Medicine forum where we'll be speaking about COVID-19. So I wanted to make sure that no one thought that I was skipping out on somebody who is a very important member of this team doing unbelievably great work, in my opinion. And as long as I have the stage for 1 second, I want everyone to know that the presidents paid tribute, as did I, to Becky at our most recent President's Council meeting, and couldn't be happier for her and her success in her current employment and her future success in her next employment. And with that, if you see me leave, I've stated the reason. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you, Chancellor. I certainly won't be offended if you leave, although I will tell Chair Gardner that having to follow that wonderful set of tributes to President Wyke on the agenda is totally unreasonable. I've got nowhere to go but down here. So I'll, in the interest of what I lack in emotional resonance today, I can make up for in brevity. Let's put it that way. I've got a short update for you, and it's nothing like the stirring comments you just heard, but I hope it will serve the purpose. I wanted to share a very brief overview today, and really an assurance to the board that to every extent possible, we will use the self-study to report out on work being done attendant to the strategic planning effort, really in every way that we can. The board members know, and I'll be brief, that we really developed a self-study on 3 levels or layers. The first is showing and giving evidence that we're meeting the standards of accreditation set forth by NECI. The second level or layer is responding in areas where NECI has asked us to strengthen what we do. In this case, for the fall 2022 self-study, there will be items that NECI asked us to work on when it first granted unified accreditation in July of 2020. And there will likely be areas that they ask us to work on or strengthen when they send us a letter responding to the May visit of this year. And we'll take those two sets of areas of focus, or what NETCHI calls actions, but that's action in a positive sense, not a negative sense. And we'll respond to those actions in the self-study. And then the third level or layer is where we describe and appraise work that we're doing on important strategic initiatives that we've identified as priorities ourselves. And that will absolutely include front and center any process and timeline work or any preparatory work or other work related to strategic planning. So our only constraint is the calendar. We do need to complete the self-study narrative and data, most likely by the very, very late spring or very early summer of 2022. So we can finalize it and proof it and produce it and send it to NETCHI in advance of the fall visit. But all the way up until the point at which we have to stop work on the self-study and stop adding new updates and items to it, we will be reporting out on strategic planning related work, again, to the furthest extent. So that's really my update for today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that board members may have.
Any questions or thoughts for Jeff St. John? Well, thank you. It's good. It's a lot of work, and I've heard you give us an update a few times, and you're making great progress there. It's important, very important.
Thank you, Chair Gardner.
Yep. Well, that brings us to the end of our agenda. Ellen, do we have to vote to come out, or can we just end here?
No vote is needed.
No vote is needed. All right. So I want to thank everybody for putting the time in advance, but also in all day here. It's been a productive meeting, and thank you all for your participation. I know it's summer, and for some folks, this is coming off a break or a holiday to participate, and I appreciate it very much. And look forward to seeing you either in a committee meeting or seeing you in September at our next board meeting. And thanks everybody for all you did. With that, we'll adjourn.